With no further ado, we will go straight to Senator McGrath.
Thank you. Continuing on from just before the break in relation to the Chinese-made EVs, has the government undertaken any assessment of whether these vehicles could be used to map parliamentarians' movements, travel patterns or meetings?
Senator, I won't repeat the same points I've made earlier. I would note that the government is aware of the privacy and surveillance concerns. They're not limited to specific vehicles, makes or manufacturer, but they are broadly in place. They are the types of considerations that inform the guidance that has been given to parliamentarians and comes with the nature of having vehicles listed on the private plated vehicle list, the fleet list, but coming with the very clear guidance informed by security agencies about the conduct around those vehicles. Senator, if I can just be indulged for one moment, you did ask a series of questions before the break regarding the budget papers, and we mentioned that we would seek to get further clarity from our Chief Financial Officer and other colleagues. We've endeavoured to do that over the break period. We've got some way down the track. We certainly have a little bit more clarity around the interaction between indexation and the application of security and the support review funding, the types of things we mentioned before the break. But in the interests of making sure we get fulsome answers for you and the committee, I think it would be best, we think it would be best if we continue to take those on notice, get to the bottom of those types of answers to your questions, of course deal with that through the question on notice process, but potentially seek to provide a briefing for you or others about those measures.
I appreciate that. That's fine by me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Has the department received advice concerning risks posed by Chinese national intelligence laws compelling Chinese companies to cooperate with state intelligence agencies?
Senator, I would put that in the same category as earlier questions. They very much go to the responsibilities of other agencies, possibly agencies plural, and I appreciate you're asking them in this committee. They really would be best posed to those relevant security agencies.
I'll keep going.
I understand.
But who made the final decision to approve Chinese-made electric vehicles for the Commonwealth Parliamentarian Vehicle Scheme?
Senator, I would have to take that on notice, but again noting the whole of government work that went into deciding on the fleet of vehicles to be used across government.
Would it be the Minister for Finance?
Senator, yeah, please.
In terms of the private plated vehicle list, the authority for signing off on that one is the Special Minister of State.
Okay. On what date was the decision formally approved?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator. Oh, actually, correction. I have that here. So the standard vehicles available to parliamentarians was updated on the 1st of April.
Okay. Was the Special Minister of State personally briefed on any security concerns prior to approval?
Personally briefed?
Yes.
No.
Not
no.
by me.
Was the office of the Special Minister of State briefed on any security concerns prior to the approval?
Senator, we'll just have to take that on notice because it goes obviously to advice provided to the Special Minister of State and his office, and we just don't have that to hand.
Okay. Did Cabinet or the National Security Committee consider this matter?
Senator, we don't have information.
We don't confirm what matters have been to a National Security meeting.
I was expecting that answer, Secretary. So, what criteria were used to assess the suitability of these vehicles for parliamentary use?
Well, Senator, what I could say is that the list of standard vehicles available to parliamentarians, as I've mentioned, is based on the whole of government fleet selection policy. That has a number of requirements in it. That includes the 5-star ANCAP, so-called Australasian New Car Assessment Program rating over the last 3 years, the low emission vehicle for passenger vehicles, and obviously the value for money considerations, including consideration of environmental and climate change impacts, amongst other considerations.
Was cost a determining factor in approving these vehicles?
Yes, because the value for money component of that, but I would emphasise that is one of the various criteria that it was assessed against.
Did the department conduct any comparison between Chinese-made electric vehicles and alternatives from countries such as Japan, South Korea, Europe or the United States?
Unless colleagues have an answer to that, I don't know. So.
It's based on the whole of government.
Yeah, I would just repeat the earlier point about it being based on whole of government list.
Did the department consider excluding vehicles manufactured in countries identified as presenting elevated foreign interference risks?
Sorry, Senator, I may have missed that. Would you mind repeating it?
Did the department consider excluding vehicles manufactured in countries identified as presenting elevated foreign interference risks?
Senator, what I would say is that the department has based the list and the recommendations to the Special Minister of State on the whole of government process to decide on the appropriate vehicles to be part of whole of Australian government fleet vehicle selection policy. Within that, as I've mentioned before, other members of finance and across the APS have inputs into those decision making, and the subset of that is the list that's been provided as part of the parliamentarian usage.
Okay. How many members of Parliament, senators or ministers are currently using Chinese-made electric vehicles? You might have to take that on notice.
We wouldn't have that to hand and take that on notice, Senator.
And can you provide a breakdown of those electric vehicles by make and model? Like, for example, like 7 BYD Sea Lions or something like that.
If we can go through
without
the list.
Identifying the parliamentarian.
Yeah, so, I believe we could do that, Senator.
Have any parliamentarians or ministers raised concerns with the department about potential surveillance or cybersecurity risks?
Sorry, Senator, could you please repeat that?
Have any ministers or parliamentarians raised concerns with the department about potential surveillance or cybersecurity risks in relation to the electric vehicles?
As we previously indicated, those types of that feedback would generally go through a security agency. So there is.
But I mean, sorry, have they raised it with you in terms, or has any parliamentarian raised it with
to the best
the
of my
department?
knowledge, no.
Not to our knowledge, Senator.
Okay. Are parliamentarians provided with guidance on limiting data collection, mobile device pairing or connectivity functions within these vehicles?
Senator, what I can say is that there is whole of government policy not only about the selection of vehicles but also conduct in the vicinity of these connected vehicles, noting the risks to personal privacy, collection of personal data and how to avoid these risks, and guidance has been publicly provided by the Australian Signals Directorate and, as mentioned earlier, has been briefed to parliamentarians commencing around September of last year through multi-agency briefings.
Have any restrictions been placed on the use of these vehicles for ministers, members of intelligence oversight committees or parliamentarians handling sensitive national security matters?
Senator, beyond the answer I've just given about the guidance across the board, they are really matters for individual agencies who may or may not have certain protocols around their own ministers. I'm just not across the totality of those types of arrangements.
Has any, you sort of touched upon it, but has any monitoring or testing been conducted on approved vehicles to determine what data is collected, stored or transmitted offshore?
Senate would have to take that on notice, and again would be deferring to other agencies.
Okay. Does the department know where data collected by these vehicles is stored?
Senator, we'd take that on notice.
We don't. No, we don't know.
We don't.
Okay. Is any vehicle data transmitted to servers located in the People's Republic of China?
Senator, we don't have an answer to that. Take that
We
on
don't
notice.
know.
Okay. Has the department assessed whether vehicle manufacturers can remotely access vehicle systems or data?
It's beyond our... That's a question better directed at Home Affairs.
Okay. I've only got 4 more to go.
That's fine.
Okay. Are over-the-air software updates subject to any Commonwealth cybersecurity review processes?
Senator, that's a matter for Home Affairs.
Have any allied governments shared intelligence or warnings with Australia concerning the security risks posed by Chinese-made electric vehicles?
Equally, we'd say that was a matter for Home Affairs, Senator.
And Minister, will the government commit to a formal national security review of Chinese-made electric vehicles used by parliamentarians and Commonwealth agencies?
I have to consult with people about that, and I'll come back to you, Senator McGrath.
I'll put the other ones on notice. Thank you. Now, moving on to a totally different topic, something that everybody... I'd like to talk about the system and the eco review, which is something, by the way, that does have bipartisan support. I just want to make sure people are aware of that. I did ask some questions on notice, I think number 65, and they referred most of those back to you, Minister. When will the final terms of reference be approved by you and published? I know there's been consultation.
In respect to?
The review that's been undertaken into the ecosystem.
Well, it's only just started.
So the terms of reference, like there was consultation with us.
Reference. All right, we're waiting. The consultation is underway at the moment, and no doubt you will have an opportunity to put an input into that. But we are waiting for the 2 reviewers to make that. So, in other words, it's having set it up, having invited contributions, they will then work out what the terms of reference will be and start the process.
Okay.
I think our expectations, and yours may be different, but this process is probably going to take 18 months. I remember when I think it was Kate Ellis and Kelly, one of your... Yes, Kelly O'Dwyer. Thanks, Senator Sharma. You have a memory like a steel trap. Like the Bourbons, learn nothing but forget nothing.
Oh, it's that time already.
Look, it did. I can recall that that process took longer than I had sort of expected it to.
Would it be your ambition or for it to be completed before the next election?
Oh yeah. No, of course.
Okay.
Don't expect.
Minister, have you sought any assurances from the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister that funding will be provided to implement any recommendations that come from the review?
Look, I think that's a bit premature, Senator McGrath. I mean, we've got funding to... What we did, we combined all of these inquiries that were expected to occur. We've appointed two, I think, excellent people to do it. Let's let them do their job and see what they come up with, and then we'll have a look at what they recommend and make some decisions at that point. I think it's just too premature at the moment to be making those sorts of decisions.
I just want to, going back to one of my earlier questions, so back to the department, just want to nail down, so how many staff in the finance task force are sort of providing support to the two reviewers? Have we got that figure there? Have we got that figure yet, or do you need to take on notice and we have that?
I think we do, Senator. I'm going to ask Ms Nawaz to address that question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Aisha Nawaz. I'm the Assistant Secretary of the Parliamentary Review Task Force. Senator, the task force is staffed with respect to that budget envelope that we got from MyEFO, and at the moment we've got 0.7 of an SES Band 1 officer, we've got 2 EL2 officers, 1 EL1 officer and 1 APS 5 officer on the task force.
Okay. And are these temporary positions or permanent positions?
Senator, these positions are ongoing positions. Initially, they've been funded by the MyEFO funding that we mentioned earlier.
I suppose this question is to you, I think, Secretary. Oh, sorry.
Just to be clear, they're ongoing positions, but they've been funded for 2 financial years, two years.
Okay. So the terms for the length of the review. Hopefully it's a shorter time period than that. Secretary, what safeguards are in place to protect the independence of the review, given that the Secretariat is located in the Department of Finance?
So, Senator, I've met with the two reviewers last week for an initial conversation and as part of their consultations on terms of reference. The Secretariat is there at their direction. It is not my or Mr Newnham's or even Ms Fraser's direction on the scope, and so it is very clear, and it will be clear in the published terms of reference, that they report to the Special Minister of State, not to the department, and our resources are made available to them to assist them in their work.
Okay. So the reviewers will have full access to relevant finance documents and data?
Yes, sir.
Cool. Excellent. Thank you. Sorry.
Senator, I know this is an important issue, so I just did want to add a couple of things, and Mr Nawaz can add to it. We would look at our support for these reviewers like we would the body of work that gets done across government at any given time on other different reviews. There is most certainly a well-worn, well-established way in which we can support those reviewers, but make sure their work is independent, make sure that the Department of Finance, there is no special treatment or difference in the way our department is managed. Ms Nawaz has already, I believe, put in place a number of lines of effort to ensure that, and if you've got a moment, we could just outline a couple of those areas.
Sure, of course.
Thanks, Senator. Just to give you a level of practical details, Senator, we've established the task force to provide dedicated Secretariat support. On a day-to-day basis, the task force will operate at arm's length from the business as usual activities undertaken by finance in the Commonwealth Parliamentary Support System. Practically speaking, the task force's office space is physically separate from the Ministerial and Parliamentary Services Division. The task force will not share information with the other parts of finance or stakeholders in the system, and will also maintain appropriate confidentiality and engage in document management practices, Senator, that will lock down our working documents so they can only be used and accessed by the task force and the reviewers. The intention is to ensure the review's work is not shared with finance or any other stakeholders in the system. And also, with respect to consultation and stakeholder engagement, the reviewers have established a guiding principle that the Department of Finance should not be privileged as a stakeholder in the review process.
Okay.
Just on that, Senator, I think you should have great confidence that the two people we've selected, Matt Jose, a very, very professional person, and lots and lots of experience in government and in this area. And Rachel Thompson, I was getting text messages from some of your former colleagues saying what an excellent choice she was. So I think we should have great confidence that this will be a good report.
Well, I would like to, I don't want to turn this into a, I'm supposed to be questioning you and putting you under the anvil, Minister, but I do agree with you. I think the two appointments are very good. So, and I'm sure that they'll bring forward excellent recommendations, and I hope the government does fund them appropriately. If you're still in power, then. Moving right along.
I'd be more worried about your prospects of being in power.
Well, by my pre-selection, Minister.
No, have a look at some of those, those polling results in the AFR.
There's only one poll that matters. Moving right along, I do want to raise an issue, and I don't want to go into the substance or, I suppose, the salacious element of it. It's more from a policy perspective here. And it does concern a report from EPA that was published on the 8th of May in relation to the travel expenses incurred by Mr Amos, who was a former staffer for Senator Lambie and Senator Tyrrell. And EPA have made some recommendations. I don't want to go into the details of that. Where I'm coming from as a policy perspective is that this audit resulted in a significant debt being raised for a former MOPS employee. And this employee's claims that the incorrectly claimed car hire usage had been approved by his employers at the time. And this comes to when, as a Member of Parliament, when you sign off on usage by a staffer. So I'm looking at the policy ramifications here. Has the department given any consideration to the issues that arose from this case, where a staffer is liable for a debt, but the staffer has claimed that, well, the report shows that the relevant employing senators had signed off on the incurred expenditure. Has the department given any consideration to the issues that have arisen from this case?
Senator, I'm going to offer a couple of points. I am going to, of course, defer to colleagues if there's more to add. The first point I would make is you've correctly referenced the role of the Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority. I note they are appearing before this committee, and so there may well be specific questions you can put to them. We would in no way seek to comment, as you've pointed out, actually, Senator, on the specifics of that matter.
We're not going to specifics.
Absolutely
it's
not.
From a policy perspective.
But the second point I would make in the broad is that under the Parliamentary Business Resources Act, there are a number of... it is the case, it is a principles-based framework. It does rely on the ultimate accountability of parliamentarians to sign off an expenditure that complies with that Act. There are a number of steps that have to be worked through to make that judgment, including whether or not the dominant purpose of the expenditure was parliamentary business, whether or not a reasonable person test and judgment of compliance was done, whether or not there was value for money, specific conditions being met. I'm running through this, Senator, because there is a very well-established set of criteria against which expenditure is judged. I would go on to point out that you can actually do pre-assessments with the department. Now, that is a function that will move to the Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority on the 1st of July, but until that point, it remains with us, and we are happy to give guidance from the Ministerial and Parliamentary Services area on those types of expenditure. But it is ultimately the case, Senator, that judgments made by parliamentarians about that expenditure against that framework are the responsibility of the office. Probably the final thing I would point out is to the extent that there are issues such as these that are of concern, including post-machinery of government change with IPIA, it may be the type of item that is considered by the Parliamentary Support Service review, including whether or not those rules, the principles-based rules and the support that parliamentarians get to comply with those rules is appropriate and adequate. I will just double check with my colleagues if there's anything more to add.
Just for clarity, Senator, you're talking about the situation in relation to a staffer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because, I mean...
And so staff travel is determined under the MOPS-EA, and what obligations they have are determined under their EA and other mechanisms. So staff travel is...
But we still, I know, but we still have to, as a parliamentarian, still have to sign off on the expenditure that has been incurred by staff, whether through the EA or whatever other means. And so the policy question I have is, what is the point of parliamentarians certifying these claims and the quarterly expense reports and all these things you've got to check, if the parliamentarian can turn around and say they did not approve the travel they had certified? Surely who is liable here? The parliamentarian has signed off on this. The parliamentarian, surely would there be some sanction against the parliamentarian for not adequately checking the claims that they've certified? This is why it's a policy issue. Maybe we should reflect it to the minister or whatever, but it's just it's exposed this case where staff has been found. IPIA have found this staff should repay $11,000, but the two employing parliamentarians had certified it.
Yeah. I appreciate the circumstances that you've made us aware of, but without knowing the detail, I don't think it's appropriate for me to comment. Perhaps it's an IPIA audit, and given they're appearing after us, that those questions are better referred to them in the first instance, and they could explain why they determined the way they did. And obviously, if there's a requirement to have a policy conversation, we can work with our IPIA colleagues.
Because I think we want to make sure this, where I'm coming from is from a staff perspective here, that if a parliamentarian has directed a staff member to undertake certain activities, costs have been incurred, they've gone through the system, and then a parliamentarian, after having certified that, then says, actually, no, that's not correct. I don't want to talk about the individual circumstances of this case. I don't obviously know I don't know the staff, or I know the parliamentarians.
Yeah.
So, can you take on notice just where in the legislation or regulations or the enterprise agreement, where it's made clear that staff are liable for any incorrectly claimed expenses, even if they're directed to travel or use the resource by their employing parliamentarian? If you could do that, please.
Can definitely take that on notice,
that's fine.
Senator. And I appreciate you don't want to go into the circumstances of the individual case. Unfortunately, context is relevant in these situations, and so the IPIA decision is obviously based on a set of facts as assessed by them.
And where I'm coming from is sort of the policy side, the principle in terms of staff. Talking about staff, moving on to another issue.
Just as you're moving on to another issue, Senator McGrath, we are due to switch at 8:15 to Parliamentary Workplace Support Service. Do you feel that's where we're going to land?
I think we come very close to it, actually. We might shave past it by 5 minutes or so, but don't hold me to that. Try to. I'm being performance managed by 3 people sitting in my office.
Let's hope they're good at it.
And some people watching at home. Can we, I think you're expecting this line of questioning, because I have some questions about the cease and recommence issues. We've discussed this at a few estimates hearings now, and I'd like to thank the department for keeping my office and my staff in the loop about your endeavours to find a resolution to these issues. but I think it's important we touch on them again just for the benefit of the committee. In February, the committee was told that the December 2025 deadline had not been met and that the solution would be in place by April, and I don't think the April deadline has been met.
Senator, thank you. Thank you for the question, and you're absolutely right. Previous advice has been given to the committee, I think on more than one occasion actually, about potential timings that we had felt we could meet to satisfy this one-day break. I call it the one-day break or cease and recommence issue. There are two components to that, as you know. One is the ability to make final payments under the so-called ceased component of one employment arrangement, and then to recommence that employee, notwithstanding the one-day break, under a different employment arrangement, but to have them back on the parliamentary expenses management system. And so there are two components to that issue. We have been unable to meet those deadlines. There has been extensive work ongoing, including with the vendor itself, SAP. We had underappreciated, regrettably, the technology challenges to the upgrade. It is a unique entitlement. It does differ from other APS conditions, and we need to make sure that the changes that we are seeking to make are compatible with the future upgrades of that technology, but also the wider operation integrity of that platform. We have found in testing the solution we thought we had that was going to be ready, we thought by April, in testing that, we cannot assure ourselves of those types of factors, or that we wouldn't endanger the wider operation of the system. So we have very much understood and are seized of the importance and indeed the impact on individuals. We are still seeking clarity on whether or not the solution we thought that was in place could nevertheless be implemented. But even if it can't, we are exploring a number of other options. In the meantime, of course, we are making the manual changes as quickly as possible to have individuals paid out their final payments and re-employed as quickly as possible, and to come back onto the expense management system as quickly as possible. But I don't want to gild the lily. That still is a problem that we are seeking to rectify. I'm just going to turn to colleagues to see if there's anything we can add. I think that is not a bad start to your question.
I suppose, and I know you don't, in terms of a time frame, notwithstanding what you've just said then,
Yep.
is it by the end of the year or?
What I can say, Senator, including because we have committed to previous timelines that we've not been able to meet, I can't offer a timeline. What I can offer is we are seeking to rectify it as soon as possible, and we are doing everything within our power to make that happen as quickly as we can, and we're very happy to keep your office and, of course, the Special Minister of State's office updated.
Cool. Actually, when was the Office of the Special Minister first advised that the April deadline was at risk?
We are in regular communications with the Special Minister of State's office, and we actually have a fortnightly meeting where a number of different issues are discussed. In terms of an exact time, Senator, I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, how many staff have been affected since February?
We'll take that on notice,
Okay.
Senator.
And are any staff still waiting on correct pay because of this issue?
We'll also take that on notice, Senator, but I do probably want to underscore the point I made earlier. We know this has impacts on individuals, and amongst the work that we are doing to find solutions on the technology platform, we are also trying to examine wherever possible, and within the boundaries of the legislative framework that we are bound by, we are trying to find practical solutions for those individuals. I can't promise that we can locate those, but that is a feature of our work.
Okay, and you are doing manual turnarounds.
Yeah. Absolutely, and we think we're doing that in a reasonable period of time. But I'm conscious when the individual on the other end is unable to access the system for that period, that can be frustrating.
Okay. Thank you. Only two topics left. What role did the Department of Finance play in preparing the 22 December 2025 letter from the Special Minister of State and Minister from Finance to the REM Tribunal concerning family reunion travel?
Senator, my understanding is we had no input on that letter.
Okay. I'm not asking for a copy of the advice, I know you can't provide that, but did you provide written advice to either minister before the letter was sent?
Senator, my recollection was that we gave advice in terms of process, in terms of how an approach might be made to the Remuneration Tribunal, but no advice in relation to the types of changes.
Did Finance provide information directly to the REM Tribunal as part of the Tribunal's inquiry?
Sorry, and I would just like to clarify with people that's true, because you asked specifically in relation to ministers.
Yeah.
My recollection was with departmental staff or with office, like so PM&C staff, or with the Special Minister of State's office, not to the minister directly.
Okay.
And your second question there, Senator, sorry?
The one I just asked then, did Finance provide information directly to the REM Tribunal as part of the Tribunal's inquiry into the issues concerning family reunion travel?
No, Senator.
Okay. Did Finance advise the Tribunal on how possible changes could be implemented through the Parliamentary Business Resources regulations?
Not during their deliberations. Once they'd made a recommendation, we always confirm with the Remuneration Tribunal as to intent to ensure effective implementation of that intent, but not as part of deliberations.
Okay. Did you raise any operational concerns with the Tribunal's proposed recommendations?
Because the changes were impacting budgets, we made representations about sort of timing of how changes to budgets could be implemented in relation to timing. But to the best of my knowledge, that was the limit of the feedback.
Did Finance advise the Tribunal on whether the rules should explicitly consider whether a spouse is conducting private business while travelling?
No, Senator.
What changes to the Parliamentary Business Resources regulations are required to give effect to the Tribunal's recommendations?
So we are working with the Special Minister of State's office in terms of implementing them through the PBR Act and regulations.
Have you prepared drafting instructions?
Yes, Senator.
Minister, on the 20th of January 2026, the REM Tribunal said it expected its family reunion travel recommendations to be implemented as soon as practicable. Does the government have a timeline in relation to the implementation of those recommendations?
Yes. Look, it wasn't entirely clear to me that reference in the REM Tribunal's decision as to exactly what timeline they had in mind, but it was quite clear to me that given that these arrangements really do work on an annual basis, that if any changes were to be made, and of course changes were recommended, that they would start at the beginning of the next financial year, so 1st of July. We've been trying to provide information to particularly parliamentarians about the changes as being proposed, and we're offering opportunities to go through the proposed changes. I'm just not sure where that's up to at the moment. Yeah. But so the idea was that we give people an opportunity to understand what the proposed changes are before they would be implemented on the 1st of July.
Thank you, Minister. So probably this goes back to the department. Does the current framework prohibit a spouse from conducting private business while on taxpayer-funded family reunion travel?
Can I ask you to repeat that, please?
Sure. Does the current framework prohibit a spouse from conducting private business while on taxpayer-funded family reunion travel?
Senator, in relation to spouse travel, the dominant purpose test of the parliamentarian applies.
Is there any obligation to disclose that the spouse has a private business reason for travelling to a specific location to join the parliamentarian?
I'd have to suggest that that's a question better placed for IPIA.
Is there... I'll let you take it on notice, but I think IPIA are probably aware. I'm going to ask a similar question to them. Is there any requirement for the parliamentarian to declare that the spouse is not travelling for private business, paid employment, lobbying or commercial purposes?
Again, Senator, I think that's a question for IPIA as administrators of parliamentary travel.
Minister, are any further changes being considered in relation to the family reunion travel other than the recommendations that were made by the REM Tribunal earlier this year?
No.
I've got other questions I can go on notice. I've got another, I think this is my last set, unless I get told otherwise. And I stress this isn't another policy issue, notwithstanding it does concern a serving parliamentarian. I did raise this at the last estimates. I think it's question on notice F005, and it relates to the employment of grandchildren. And I quote, does not specify a restriction concerning the employment of grandchildren and its continuation from the previous determination. These arrangements were last reviewed prior to the current determination taking effect on 20 February 2025. Minister, are you aware that Senator Polly employs her grandson?
I mentioned this on a previous occasion, Senator McGrath.
I suppose that my question to the department then is, is the department aware of any other members in the current parliament who employ a grandchild?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Question on notice FO49, which was sent to IPIA, returned by IPIA, confirms that it is possible for a grandchild of a parliamentarian to utilise the family reunion budget if on notice. Can you confirm whether the employee of Senator Polley, who also happens to be a grandchild, travels on the office budget or the family reunion budget? My question of the department is, if a parliamentarian employs their grandchild or a child under the grandfathered rules, does this create a loophole whereby they can offset their employees' travel via the family reunion budget rather than paying for that staff member through the other resources available to that parliamentarian? I realise this is a very boutique question, that it is a loophole, and we do want to make sure taxpayers' money is being spent
Senator
appropriately.
McGrath, please don't ignore me. Thank
Sorry?
you. I wonder if your question should be put without naming names on the basis that get the full
that's a fair point.
information.
No, that's a fair point.
Full information. You're not actually looking at the circumstance of somebody that you think may or may not have done a thing. You're looking for an answer to a question which you can then potentially apply to it afterwards.
Well, the previous question did name the relevant senator, but this question was, I did not name the parliamentarian. I said if a parliamentarian employs their grandchild or child under the grandfathered rules, doesn't this create a loophole where they can offset their employees' travel, happens to be a staff member, a family member, via the family reunion budget rather than other resources available to that parliamentarian? And as I'm going back, I realise it is a petite question, but I want a policy perspective here.
Understood, Senator. A couple of things I'd say. One, I note that was a question on notice that went to IPIA, and it may well be that they are most appropriate to provide further clarity. I appreciate you are asking for that to be taken on notice, and we're happy to do that. You did go to questions of loophole and quite a involved set of circumstances that you've raised. We're cautious about seeking to answer anything like that in this sort of forum without actually drilling into some of the specifics. The circumstances really matter, actually, for these types of judgments, and I'd be cautious about offering a view in this sort of forum that may in fact be misleading to you or to your colleagues. On that basis, happy to take it on notice, but conscious of IPIA's role in this work.
Could you also take on notice on how many parliamentarians do employ family members?
We can take that on notice.
Who are grandfathered still. I think that is all I have for the department.
Thank you very much, Senator McGrath, and thank you very much to the department. We will release you for today and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
And I would now ask Parliamentary Workplace Support Services to come to the table.
They are here, but you're not looking.
We might just suspend for a moment while we get them to the table. Welcome, Ms Granger. Ms McGregor. Chief Executive Officer and the other officers of the Parliamentary Workplace Support Services. Ms McGregor, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. We might go directly to Senator Frugi.
Good evening.
For appearing before us. I have been pushing for quite a few years for mandatory anti-racism training for MPs, senators and their staff. And as you would know, it was a recommendation of the Joint Select Committee on Parliamentary Standards in 2022 that anti-racism training be made mandatory. It was also a recommendation of the National Anti-Racism Framework in 2024. And I do understand that there is now an online anti-racism training module on the PWSS Academy that has been developed by the Australian Human Rights Commission. Is that correct?
That is correct, Senator. Oh, apologies. Leonie McGregor, Chief Executive Officer, Parliamentary Workplace Support Service. Yes, Senator, that is correct.
And how long has that training module been available?
I probably would need to check. I believe at least probably 12 months or 2023, I'm advised. It's been up there.
So it has been available for 3 years now almost.
Yes.
And how has that been advertised for people to know? Has an email been sent out? Are there other ways that you've let staff, MPs and senators know that this training is now available?
Senator, I think it's primarily through our website, but it may be the case that we've sent out other information. So I might get someone to come up with further info if they've got it. Yes, Peter, thank you.
Thank you. Peter Stiles, Acting Chief Learning and Communications Officer. Mm-hmm. So the training is advertised through our learning management system, so the PWSS Academy.
Okay, so it's like, and what is that? Is that like an email that's sent out to everyone, or?
So it's an online platform where the range of programs that are available to CPW participants are advertised. So there's the ability to go into that platform to search for different programs.
Okay, but it wasn't really advertised when it became available that this is now available for all staff, MPs and senators. That's what I'm trying to get at.
We might take that on notice.
Yeah, if you could.
Just to look back at our newsletters, because we do put out quite a bit of information about things that are coming up or available. So I wouldn't mind going back and checking on that for you.
Okay, that'd be great. And do you know how many people have completed training through the module? I'm presuming it's a tick box kind of module where you do it in your own time?
Yeah, so it's a self-paced e-learning module. So the module is housed on the Australian Human Rights Commission website.
Yes, I do know that.
We are looking at having that module put into our own learning management system to reduce the steps to get to that. We don't have the exact figures of completions, but what we do have is that 21 employees have sought access to that program. So we provided access to them, whether they've completed the program is not within our system.
3 years, only 21 staff members have. So obviously, either people don't know or people are not interested. And it is not mandatory training, am I right?
That's correct.
It's not mandatory training. And do you know if these are MPs, senators, or just staff?
I'd have to take that on notice in terms of the numbers there.
Yep.
I think what is worth mentioning too is that the anti-discrimination obligations in relation to racism are built into a number of our different programs. So the Safe and Respectful program, which is a live program, which is done as a cohort, does have that content built in.
It's very different though. Anti-racism training is very different from discrimination training. Mm-hmm. Are there any other, like any face-to-face, in-person anti-racism training that is made available through PWSS? I mean, I know that my team has done face-to-face training, and we, did it through the training budget available. Is there anything available that you advertise that is available face-to-face?
That is specific to anti-racism?
Yes.
No.
There is nothing available. No. Okay. How many PWSS staff have completed anti-racism training?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
So you don't know how many of your staff have completed? Have you completed it, Ms.
Expect there would
McGregor?
be a number. Yes, I have completed anti-racism training, and I think most of the executive would have done so.
Minister, how about you? Have you completed anti-racism training? This online module has been available for 3 years.
No, I haven't.
You haven't? Why not?
Well, I guess I should. So I shall endeavour to do it.
Okay, good. And
Set a
could
good
you...
example.
Sorry?
And set a good example.
Yeah. Okay. That would be really great if you could, and if you could encourage your colleagues to do it as well. I mean, I keep raising this issue over and over because we know that racism is rising in this country, and Parliament is no exception. And just a few examples that I could give over the last year or so, as well as, MPs who have said Islamophobia is fictitious, for instance. Senator Hanson, who has worn burqa now once again into Parliament. There are people in Parliament in the Senate who make speeches attacking Muslims and our religion. Yet, often it is people like me who raise the issue of racism who are often shut down. And this is the reason why I keep raising these issues, because in this sort of environment, don't you think that anti-racism training should be mandatory, given the 2 recommendations now that have come through various frameworks on anti-racism and safety in Parliament?
Senator, I understand that those recommendations have been made. The PWSS does have to go through certain steps in order to make any training mandatory, and there are a number of proposals that we will be taking to the consultative committee now that that is being set up. I expect that provision of mandatory anti-racism training will be one of those for their consideration. But obviously there are other steps then that have to take place, including through the PWSS Advisory Board, who need to consider any of those proposals, and then finally back to myself. We will be proceeding with that now that the mechanisms are in place.
Okay, so the consultative committee has finally been set up.
It is in the process of being set up.
Okay, and again, I think I wrote to your predecessor, Ms. Wicks, in 2023, asking the same questions, and I was given the same answers. So how confident are you that this 3 years on, I will still not be getting the same answers? I was told consultative committee was being set up in 2023.
Yeah, I'm confident, Senator, because we now have the rules in place that enable us to set that up. So
and when do you expect that to happen?
We're expecting to be calling for nominations to the committee in the next month.
Okay. And are there any other steps? I know that we have met in the minister's office with some other senators as well. And just talking about the racism that people of colour experience in this building, what other steps are you taking to tackle racism?
The PWSS does provide bystander action training, so that does support participants to safely and effectively, I guess, intervene, support others in responding to behaviours that are perceived as harmful. And we also are updating our learning offerings at the moment. So work is underway to expand our curriculum, so our learning curriculum, to build knowledge and capability, particularly around anti-racism, anti-Semitism and Islamophobia.
Okay. Earlier this year, Senator Payman, Senator Thorpe and I wrote a letter to President Lyons, who is the President of the Senate, regarding racism in the Senate and workplace safety concerns for us as women of colour who speak out. Was this letter raised with you by President Lyons?
I have to take that on notice, Senator. I do discuss a number of issues with Senator Lyons. Just can't think off the top of my head if that was raised specifically.
Okay, that'd be great if you could take it. Do you know if the President of the Senate has undertaken anti-racism training? Is she on the list of those 21 people?
The Senate has been pretty proactive in undertaking training, but I would need to take that on notice. I don't know.
So could you actually provide to me a list of MPs and senators who have taken who have undertaken anti-racism training in the last 3 years?
Let me check on our privacy obligations, Senator.
Sure. Whether it's through the online module.
I could probably give you a number, but I don't know if I could give you names.
And if you could also, whether it's through the online module or through face-to-face training like my team has done. Thank you. And hopefully, Minister, when I talk to you about this next time, you would have undertaken anti-racism training.
That'll certainly be the case.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you. Good evening. The PBS shows the PWSS average staffing level, ASL, increasing from 67 to 72 in 26-27. What are the additional 5 staff for?
So these staff, Senator, were already in our forward estimates, is my understanding, except for one. So 4 of the staff are ongoing, 1 of the staff is non-ongoing. We have them for 1 year. We will be providing additional support to the IPSC, and we will also be obviously, it was always anticipated that we would get these additional staff as the PWSS became established and took on more functions.
Okay. So the PBS says there are no material changes to programs resulting from the 26-27 budget. So it's the staff are already in the system. Is just to expand on that.
It was already projected, yes. Okay. So when the initial budget was set for the PWSS, we had a certain number of staff in the first year, but it was projected that we would have these additional staff as the agency was established.
Just for those 5, if you could, on notice is fine, provide a breakdown of their by function. Is there an increase in demand for PWSS services?
Yes.
So in terms of that, almost a Dorothy Dixer, on what data is the PWSS relying in terms of the increased demand? Is it the number of contacts, cases, complaints, HR advice requests, investigations, or survey findings? All of the above.
So we keep track of, the number of queries that we're receiving, the number of cases that we manage, the number of interactions, work health safety, all of those things. We have quite a lot of data relating to those. Is anything there of use? We might not have the year-on-year comparison, that's all. But we can probably get some figures for you, Senator. But yes, the volume of what we do is... So for example, the total number of calls in 24-25 sat at about 5,000 calls, and in 25-26, just to March, we were up to 4,422. So we're seeing an increase in the service volumes.
Okay. Cool. Can I go to now your Commonwealth Parliamentary Workplace Report, which can you confirm the date that the 2025 Commonwealth Parliamentary Workplace Report was released?
So I think it was tabled on the 13th and published by us later that same day. 30th of May, Senator.
So the federal budget was handed down the day before, on the 12th of May. So who decided the date? Who decided the report would be published the day after the budget?
So we provided the report to the Speaker and the President. I wrote to them with the report, and the Act basically says that it should be tabled at the next available opportunity, and I believe that was in that week. Okay.
So on what date did you write to the presiding officers?
I think it was a couple of days before it was tabled.
Okay.
Yeah.
On what date was the report?
But I can get that exact date.
On what date was the report finalised?
And the report itself was printed probably the week before that, I think.
Or even later. So it was on the day before that it was printed.
Yeah, that it was printed, but it was finalised sort of in the week before that. Okay. So the final draft I signed off on, I think, the week before the budget.
On what date was it provided to the government, specifically the Special Minister of State and the Department of Finance?
Following its publication, it was provided to the Special Minister of State. So the legislation sets out the process pretty clearly, that the report is provided by us to the Speaker and the President, and then it is published by the PWSS. Once it was published, we provided it to relevant ministers.
Was there any consultation with the government as to was there any consultation with the government or the presiding officers as to a preferred date for the release of the report?
No, only to say to them, we prefer it to be released as soon as possible, as per, once we provided it.
Okay. It's just because it was released the day after the budget. It's quite an important report, and it was sort of obviously lost in the tsunami of information that was in the budget. So that's sort of where I'm coming from.
I understand. Yeah, I think it was just it was not on purpose. Not on me, anyway.
What can I say here? The government still has to go on, even if there's a budget and, all those other things. The process of government just can't stop because, for a week, because there's going to be a budget. And we don't do things, to hide them. And I don't think we're proud of it. Eh?
Can't hide that cover.
Can't hide that cover.
It's very colourful.
No, we're pleased with the report. I don't know if we could pick what have we done it the day before. Certainly, there was no intention to hide this report. It was done in the ordinary way, in accordance with the usual principles.
I'm relieved to hear that, Minister, and I'm relieved to hear that you're a fan of the report, because it has some very interesting findings in it. Did PWSS provide any briefings to the Special Minister of State, the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister's Office, the Department of Finance, or any ministerial office about the findings of the report before its release?
We provided briefings to the Special Minister of State's office and to your office. And to the Speaker's office and the President's office, just about what was in the report.
When were those briefings provided?
I think I have to go back to check exactly, but just in sort of the week before the report was released.
And were the briefings written or oral, or written or in person, or both?
In person.
Yeah.
We also, Senator, provided briefings to the other parliamentary departments, I should say as well, given that they were participants in the report as well.
Okay. Did PWSS brief the government on the findings that 63% of MOPS Act employees reported working above capacity, 64% reported workload had increased over the past 12 months, and 45% did not believe their office had enough staff to meet work demands?
We briefed on the contents of the report, okay. Yes.
What advice, if any, did PWSS provide about the implications of those findings for staff wellbeing, psychosocial risk and WHS obligations?
I don't know that we went into advice in these briefings, Senator. We simply reflected on the findings, and to the extent that the report analyses those, we would have summarised that analysis.
So, to that point, did PWSS brief the government on the report's conclusion that elevated job demands are a persistent feature of the psychosocial risk profile in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces?
Well, in all of our briefings, we made that finding, yes.
Was PWSS consulted before the Prime Minister made the decision to reduce opposition staffing allocations?
No, Senator.
Did PWSS provide any advice to the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister's Office, the Special Minister of State, the Department of Finance or MAPS about the likely workplace impacts of reducing opposition staffing?
No, Senator.
If PWSS was not consulted, in this case, does PWSS consider it should be consulted before major staffing allocation decisions are made that may affect workload and psychosocial risk in parliamentary workplaces?
Senator, I think in the current construct that decision is for the Prime Minister.
But would you think you should be consulted though, notwithstanding that it is a decision of the Prime Minister and for the Prime Minister?
I think that's venturing into opinion. I mean, we would always love to be consulted, but I accept that that's not always practical.
Does PWSS agree that reducing staff numbers in an office or a group of officers can increase workload pressures on remaining staff?
Well, yes.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for joining us. We do appreciate it. And thank you for all the work that you do. We will release you from the program, and if we could have the Independent Parliamentary Expense Authority come to the table, that'd be great.
They're in the next room.
I don't know.
We did
Are they
ask
here?
They're in the
Yeah.
next room. So maybe suspend for 1 minute.
Is he nodding because he thinks it's him?
We did give them advice, Chair.
Can we suspend for a moment while we look? Welcome to Ms Christina Grant, Chief Executive Officer, and the other officers of the Independent Parliamentary Expense Authority. Ms Grant, would you like to make an opening statement?
Thank you, no.
Excellent. We'll go directly to Senator McGrath.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to, welcome everybody, congratulate IPR on the widespread positive feedback and the survey that you undertook in relation to your clients, which shows that client satisfaction has risen across most metrics. But could you provide a short overview of the issues raised through the survey in relation to the PEMS system?
Limited information on the PEMS issues. I would note that the survey looks at PEMS insofar as how it provides service to parliamentarians and their staff in relation to claiming travel. And so that's our sort of focus rather than PEMS more broadly, which is a Department of Finance owned system. I don't have, unfortunately, a copy of the report with me, and I can't give you the detail on all of the concerns raised with PEMS, but there definitely were some PEMS-related concerns raised in the report.
In relation to those issues, how much oversight or feedback does IPIA provide the department, or provide to the Department of Finance in relation to PEMS?
So I sit on the PEMS project board, and we do have a seat at the project board table. Obviously, we can put forward and ask for changes and improvements to the system, and we actively engage with that process. I have a team dedicated to developing requirements for PEMS and taking on board feedback from parliamentarians and their staff to see whether we can get improvements to the system. But obviously we are limited by the scope and budget of the system and the fact that it's a Department of Finance system, so those questions maybe relate to their system.
So are you able to provide any specific advice that EPA has provided to the department in relation to improving PEMS following your client satisfaction survey?
Not directly in relation to this client satisfaction survey, but a number of there's quite a long lead-in to PEMS improvements, sort of you're looking at 12 to 18 months. So we're looking at previous surveys and feedback received through previous surveys, but also through our phone lines and by talking to parliamentarians and their staff. So where we become aware of an issue or we find an issue in relation to maybe the way that claims are processing, then we will put that onto our list of PEMS items to be fixed and advocate for that to be included in the forward work program.
I'm glad you said that, because is there a recognition from EPA that submitting and processing travel claims through the PEMS system is actually a burden on staff?
Yes, I am aware that actually, some staff and parliamentarians like PEMS, they like using it, so it is a little bit of a mixed bag, but I do understand that not everybody finds the system intuitive, and we do encourage parliamentarians and staff to provide us with feedback, and we will advocate for improvements to the system, noting of course that it's limited by available budget and capacity to improve the system, because at the same time finance is trying to build in regulatory changes and all sorts of other things, so the system is always kind of evolving.
Is there, in terms of thinking about the future, any plans from your perspective for travel claims to be automatic, to automate travel claims?
I think this is really straying into... So the Department of Finance owns the PEMS system. It's their system, it's not IPIA's system. While they partner with us in relation to the elements of the system that we have a stake in, which at the moment is travel, they are responsible for the development and management of the system. The existing project is coming to a close, and so work will be underway, I'm sure, about what to do with it next. But I'm not aware of any sort of opportunity that's on the horizon for me to advocate for an automation of the travel claim process.
What about... Sure.
How far ahead can staff claim travel allowance? So say the sitting calendar comes out, could they effectively claim the entire year? They could put the claims in, but we would not pay them that far in advance, because the risk of having a huge amount of debt would be significant and not having the money when they needed it. So we usually pay it a week, 5 days before the travel actually is taking place, providing that they put in... So you don't pay it any further ahead than 5 days before? They could ask if there was a particular reason, but generally speaking 5 days before, so that we make sure they have the money when they travel, and that is only if they put in the claim early enough that we've got time to process it 5 days before they travel. Sometimes they put it in the day before they travel, and obviously it takes us, a few days to process the claim. Okay. Thank you.
Is AI being used at all by EPA in relation to...
Artificial intelligence is not enabled in the PEMS system,
okay.
And obviously careful consideration would need to be given to government requirements in relation to the use of AI.
Is it something that you'd want to consider, or is it something that EPA should consider?
I'm very open to looking at options. Obviously, we need to be very careful about safeguarding administrative decision making and privacy. There are a lot of considerations. I think that's a big question, but it's something that we probably will need to look at in the future.
What about a mobile app for travel claims?
You can use PEMS on your mobile.
Really?
Yes. You can.
Yeah.
There is.
But is it an app or through the?
Through the interface.
Yeah.
There is a version that's optimised for mobile. It's not quite an app.
Okay, right.
So you even learned something, Senator McGrath.
I've learned a lot this evening, especially from you, Minister. So the ability to answer questions, you are the master of it. Put answer in inverted commas. But I do appreciate your attendance. How long on average does it take to process a travel claim through EPA?
For EPA's processing?
Yeah.
What's our service level standard?
And is there room to improve the processing time?
So our service level standard, which is published on our website, is 7 working days, but on average we are processing travel claims much faster than that. The end of a sitting period, we might be a little bit slower, but we're usually processing travel claims within a few days, maybe 3 days, something like that.
So can I just tip it again? And what percentage of claims end up being wrong because the travel changes or it's done too far ahead or whatever? Is there a high level of...
I would probably have to take that on notice. We have a policy of not simply returning claims. If there's an issue with the claim, we'll contact the individual and talk them through. Maybe they've attached the wrong receipt
No, I meant
or
really
something.
like if they've said I'm travelling from this date to this date and then the dates change and they've already been paid the claim.
Yeah, so the way that it works for staff, because they can be paid in advance, which is different to a parliamentarian who can't be paid in advance, is that we will pay them in advance and then...
But only 5 days, you said?
Up to 5 days before the travel, unless they contact us and have special circumstances, which we're always happy to take into account. At the completion of their travel, they will have to do an acquittal. And the acquittal is for them to confirm whether there were any changes, and it will trigger the process for them to tell us of any changes. And if there was additional travel days, they can extend their travel claim and then maybe will be paid more, or if they travelled for less days, then it will generate a debt which can be paid out of future travel or paid individually by the staff member.
Does that result in a greater administrative burden for EPA?
It's always been done that way, and all of the time that IPA has been operating, we've been paying advance travel claims. Some offices don't use advanced travel claims, some offices do use advanced travel claims. I guess my concern is more around a staff member maybe ending up with a big debt that they weren't able to pay. So I always encourage them staff to only claim sort of a week at a time, so they don't end up, if they get sick, with a massive debt that they then have to pay back. And that's the reason why we only pay 5 days in advance, so it's not a temptation to spend the money and then...
Just going back to my previous question about the processing time, in terms of the average processing time, is there a difference between different types of claims, for example, between travel allowance and, just travel expenditure?
Yeah, yes, they are different. So travel allowance is largely coming through the system as a completed claim with or without a receipt, sometimes in advance, whereas a travel expense claim is coming through the system in a different claim process. We find that parliamentarians and staff are more likely to maybe put incorrect details in a travel expense claim or attach, the Uber booking rather than the Uber receipt, because who knows which of those 3 emails you get from Uber you're supposed to use. What's the third one? It's actually the last one. So probably there's a higher incidence of complexity in travel expense claim, and they're more varied because they're just are.
I'll come to Uber in a moment, but can we take it coming? Can we take it as does EPA recognise that staff being out of pocket for days or weeks at a time can be a significant burden considering current cost of living measures?
Yes, absolutely. We've done a lot of work over the last 6 to 12 months on improving our communications with clients and reducing return claims. And I can see in the statistics that the number of claims that we just return in cold is very low. And that's because the EPA staff are contacting the staff member or the parliamentarian and having a conversation about what needs to happen so that they can get their claim paid. And once we have a complete claim and all the information we need, we'll pay it as quickly as we can.
Feedback in the survey indicates that the use of taxis is an issue for staff for a number of reasons, including cost, safety and accessibility. What work is EPA doing to offer Uber for Business as an alternative, and what timeframes are involved?
That's a very topical question. We have been looking at Uber for Business for a little while, and we've been talking to Uber about what that looks like. There are some stumbling blocks, in particular that Uber data is not stored onshore, it's stored offshore. And as you know, the Australian government has a requirement for data to be stored onshore, and that's certainly a requirement about other contractual arrangements. And that will take time, and then there will also need to be a PEMS sort of enhancement process. So I think we're progressing. I know it's a topic that's come up at the Employee Consultative Group, and we are very keen to put forward a proposal, but I note that there are some fairly significant barriers. In the meantime, staff and parliamentarians are very welcome to use Uber, but it does mean that you need to put in a travel expense claim and be reimbursed for the expense if you don't want to use a cab charge.
Notwithstanding the very good, but the very good answer you just gave then, how many rideshare claims does IPIA process per month?
Oh, that is a good question. I'm not sure. I have that information. I don't have that on me.
On notice is fine.
It would be large, yeah. It's a large number, but I don't think we've got that detail with us. No.
And what are the estimated FTE staff hours spent on processing these claims?
Yeah, we would need to take that on notice. The team's about 15. They also process flights, so we'll need to have a bit of a look at that. 11, yeah. There's 11 staff in the team. They process all flights and travel expense claims.
How many complaints has IPIA received about cab charge in the last 12 months? And what has been the resulting administrative burden to resolve these complaints?
The number is not large, but we can probably, and also I'm not sure if I would term them as complaints or queries, but we can take that on notice. It would be a small number though. It's not a huge number.
Does IPIA track the average cost of each travel claim?
The average cost, not necessarily. We collect the cost of every travel claim and store that data in our systems, and that's what's used to produce your preliminary expenditure report and then ultimately the expenditure report that's released.
And what about the, you may not have this, the average cost of a cab charge claim against the average cost of a ride share claim?
Yeah, no, I definitely don't have that data. And it obviously depends, because sometimes you could have a long cab charge, long cab use, and a short Uber. So there are necessarily some that you wouldn't be comparing apples and apples, and cab charge is still higher usage than Uber. So the two aren't perfectly comparable, but we're happy to try to provide you with some data.
Does IPIA track the average cost of accommodation claims per city per night? And is this data incorporated into the travel allowance rates provided to staff and parliamentarians?
We do. So the rate in Canberra during sitting periods is a flat rate that's paid for staff and a flat rate that's paid for parliamentarians. So no need to average it. And we do track it. Obviously, we store all of that data within our systems, but the rate that IPIA can pay for travel allowance for staff is necessarily limited by the reference in the enterprise agreement which ties the rate for staff to the rate for parliamentarians. So are you talking only about the rate in Canberra, or were you asking more broadly?
Across, because in the survey, our feedback was provided that the travel allowance per night is actually not keeping up. With the cost of living and rising hotel rates, and it's something that I think we've had conversations about.
Yes.
That when you look at how much hotels or motels cost, the travel allowance rates for staff, it's not about politicians here, but for staff, is not not to the same level.
Yes. So unfortunately, EPIA is limited in the travel allowance rates that we can pay to staff by tax arrangements set in this country. So the rate of travel allowance that you can be paid is actually set by the tax determination, and it's tied to the salary. So the higher the rate of salary or annual income of the individual, the higher the rate of travel allowance that is attracted. And so previously we used to go to an external provider, EPIA used to go to an external provider to get the rates of travel allowance for staff. But what we found was that they were always about a year behind what the ATO rate was. So last year we moved and now we use the ATO rate, which is the highest possible rate that we can pay to staff based on their income. But we can't change the fact that the rate of travel allowance is tied to their income rate or the tax rates allowable. I'm not sure that I'm not a tax expert, so I'm not sure that I have not verbaled that situation, but hopefully that's...
Is there anything else that EPIA can do to address this issue?
Not without the risk of staff incurring a significant debt when they went to do their tax at the end of the year. So that would... my understanding is... oh, maybe we shouldn't go here. This is not my area of expertise. I think there would be tax implications if we paid a rate above what the ATO determination allowed.
Minister, I know you're someone, considering your former background as a very senior union official, is this something that the government would be prepared to look into in terms of the travel allowance rates for staff, which are not sufficient when it comes to dealing with how much hotels now cost and with people being away from home?
You've obviously done a little bit of work on this, Senator McGrath. Could you provide me with some information on this topic and we see where that goes?
I'm sure our officers should have a conversation about this.
All right.
I would just note that staff can always request an adjustment to their travel allowance, either because they're staying with the parliamentarian or because there was no accommodation available within the bracket or their travel allowance bracket. And if anybody has any concerns about that, we see quite a lot of them. But if anybody's confused about how to do that, then they should contact EPIA, and we're happy to support.
But that does sort of create a burden for EPR, and also for the parliamentarians.
It's
staff,
not a fix, yeah. But it does alleviate the issue for the staff at the time, and we don't want staff to be unreasonably out of pocket, so we're happy to do what we can to try to support. When did you say then that the break is due?
The break is due at 9.
I've got maybe we should break for like 5 minutes if people want, and I'm thinking of broadcast and whatever, people need a refreshment break. But I've probably got a solid 20-25 minutes. So,
okay.
yeah.
Right, well, let's take 10 minutes just so people have got a chance to have a little refresh, and we will return at 9:15.
Hello. I do want to go to some work in terms of your assurance and auditing responsibilities. For the committee's benefit, can you explain your assurance and auditing responsibilities, please?
Audit and assurance activities monitor and examine the use of parliamentarians' work expenses and the travel-related expenses of their staff to ensure that they abide with relevant frameworks and legislation.
Okay. How do you decide when to conduct assurance and audit activities, including when those activities are publicly reported?
There's a lot in that question. So IPIA does a range of different activities. We do post-payment checking, which is sort of one on checks of different expenses or payments that have been made. We do preliminary assessments, which look at whether an expense type or a piece of travel fits within the framework, and we do assurance reviews, and then we do audits. Obviously, audits are relatively rare. So, for example, over the 25-26 financial year to 31 March, we did more than 7,000 post-payment checks covering 1,282 parliamentarians and staff. So, individual checks. Preliminary assessments, we did 11, covering 11 parliamentarians and staff. Those preliminary assessments are more in-depth and obviously limited necessarily by our resourcing. We do assurance reviews. We did 26, covering 29 parliamentarians and staff during that period. And we did 2 audits within the period as well. So we've been pretty busy.
Who decides on the timing of the release of assurance reviews?
Assurance reviews are the CEO, audits are the members of the authority. So the members of the authority own the functions under the IPIA Act. A number of those functions are delegated to the CEO. The audit function in determining an audit and deciding to publicly release an audit sits with the members of the authority. But assurance reviews, which are more smaller, more regular activities, are just published in cycle as they become complete.
I want to just raise one case with you. I believe you'd be aware of media reports that began in December last year about family reunion travel to Canberra undertaken by the husband of Senator Hanson Young. Shortly after those reports surfaced, IPIA published an assurance review of Senator Hanson Young's family reunion travel from 1 July 2021 to 30 June 2023. And this was published on the 17th of December 2025. Who made the decision to publish that assurance review on that date?
So I'm not sure that anybody the way that assurance reviews are published is we will gather them together, and when a bunch of them are ready to go up, we'll publish them on the website at regular intervals. Despite when the assurance review may cover the period, that doesn't mean that it wasn't done later. So you could do an assurance review now that looked at travel that was undertaken in 2022, for example, and then we would be publishing that assurance review once it was complete and consulted and everybody had had their chance to have a say. Once it was finalised, then it would just go up on the website as part of the regular process.
So, sort of connected to that answer, my understanding is this review was initiated on the 4th of February 2025. When was it completed by IPIA?
I would need to take that on notice. There's a consultation period. Obviously, we need to give people an opportunity to look at the assurance review and let us know whether they think there's any issues or problems or if they've got questions about it. So we just need to make sure that that fair process takes place. And so sometimes that can take a little while.
Sometimes there's redactions that need to be applied depending on privacy concerns and those sorts of things.
On May 8 of this year, early this month, IPIA published 13 assurance reviews. Each one of these assurance reviews published a few weeks ago commenced at the same time as Senator Hanson-Young's in early February. Just on notice, can you provide the dates those assurance reviews were completed?
Yep.
Are you able to expand on, in relation to those 13 reviews plus Senator Hanson-Young's, are you able to expand on why hers sort of came out in December? Just
probably relates to the consultation process, the redaction process, but also IPIA developed a new branding, and so you will notice that all of the recently published assurance reviews are on the new template. And so ones that were completed but not on the new template, there was a period of time under which they all needed to be rebranded. We have and reconsulted, and so, you know, we have a very small team and those things sometimes take time, but we're happy to have a look at the dates for you.
why did the assurance review of Senator Hanson-Young's family travel exclude the family travel to and from Canberra?
So that's not unusual. It's common for an assurance review or a set of assurance reviews to look at a particular type of expense. It's a risk-based approach, and so at the time we were looking at family travel, Australia-wide family travel. I think there were a couple of assurance reviews that related to Australia-wide family travel. It just was the nature of the assurance. Obviously, we hadn't seen the media when we did the assurance review. It was just a risk-based assurance review that we were conducting at the time as part of our regular assurance program.
Would IPIA consider, for example, whether or not the family member is conducting work if the travel was to a location where that family member conducts business?
So I think you're talking about claims for family reunion travel under the Parliamentary Business Resources Regulations. So the requirement under the regulations is that the parliamentarian is travelling, the spouse or the family member is travelling with or joining the parliamentarian while the parliamentarian is conducting their parliamentary business. And it is to facilitate their family life while the parliamentarian is conducting their parliamentary business. It doesn't preclude the family member from doing other things during the day. In fact, the explanatory statement indicates that it is not precluded for the family member to do other things. The legislation is silent on what those other things might be. The focus is on the parliamentarian because the expense relates to the parliamentarian meeting their dominant purpose, and then the family joining them while they're conducting their parliamentary business for the purpose of facilitating family life. So the focus on the expense is different to the one that you're kind of talking about.
Has IPIA commenced any further assurance or audit activities into the use of family travel by Senator Hanson-Young?
We don't, as a matter of course, talk about, what we may or may not be doing in relation to individual parliamentarians or staff. Obviously, it would be ridiculous for me to sit here and not answer questions about something that we have publicly reported on. But in terms of, what the agency may or may not be doing.
That's fine. I get that. The next one I did raise, it follows your audit report that was released on May 8.
Yeah.
And I have to emphasise, I'm coming at it from a policy perspective here.
Yep.
Because there seems to be sort of don't understand some things here. So I just want to, I'll go through some questions, so, because I think you know where I'm coming from in terms of a parliamentarian signs off on staffer travel that then the staffer has reimbursed, but the parliamentarian has certified it. So I'm just trying to,
yeah.
That's the crux we're going to get to.
Okay.
So my understanding is that the audit examined the use of hire cars by a single staff member. I'll try and keep names out of this. Between the periods of 30 May to 26 November 2017 and 1 July 2019 to 2nd of February 2023. And during this period, the staff member was employed by both Senators Lambie and Tyrrell. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Just so I know, what was the total number of car hire uses?
Well, I don't know the total number of hire car uses off the top of my head, but what I can say is that IPIA found 27 instances of the staff members' use of hire cars that was outside of the provisions of the legislative framework. Okay. So that is regardless of whether they were directed to travel, the usage was outside of the staff travel determination allowances.
And this person has been ordered to repay $11,694.49.
That's correct.
And that amount is still outstanding?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Does EPA have the power? Does EPA have any powers to retrieve this money on behalf of taxpayers?
Yeah, absolutely. So the staff, the PGPA Act requires that we recover public money, and the Staff Enterprise Agreement stipulates that money claimed incorrectly should be repaid, and the Staff Travel Determination also provides a provision for invoicing for an overpayment or a debt to a staff member, and there is in fact a determination that deals specifically with staff debt. So yes, there is absolutely a framework for reclaiming incorrectly or inaccurately claimed expenses.
So that's a good thing, by the way. I want the taxpayers to be looked after. Yeah, so that's good.
Yeah.
In terms of the 27 occasions that this person used to hire a car that you have found to not be consistent with staff travel provisions, that has to be signed off by an authorising officer.
That's right. So in relation to staff travel, it doesn't have to be the parliamentarian that signs it off. They're allowed to nominate a staff member who can sign off on their behalf. Mm. And that's common across all parliamentarians' offices. It's very common.
And those approvals either have at the time of booking or during the quarterly reports?
Those approvals would happen at the time that the expense was claimed, or if the car was booked through the travel provider at the time of the quarterly expenditure report, it should be checked as part of that process.
And in this instance, there was certification of the reports.
Yeah, it's important to note maybe that the staff travel determination is very clear. Staff can use a hire car when authorised or directed to travel by their employing member or the authorised person, but they're not allowed to use that or a cab, for example, to get to and from work each day. So while a hire car can be used to get from the airport to the hotel, to leave bags and so forth, it shouldn't be used then to drive around on a day-to-day basis. That would be outside of the travel determination.
Without going into the two senators and so forth, just want to confirm that this person has utilised hire cars on at least, well, you found determined 27 occasions during his employment with those two senators, and that the hire cars was approved by either the employing senator or an authorised officer. Why is it, and this is the policy question I have, why is it that the staff member, I do not know this person, that's why I'm not involved with the personalities here, why is it a staff member is responsible solely for repaying the $11,000 when either the employing senators or their authorised officers signed off on this? Shouldn't there be some accountability for the politician?
So the staff travel determination limits the use that a staff member can take. So the parliamentarian may direct them to use a hire car to get to and from the airport, but upon deeper consideration, if it was found that they then went and did additional travel other than what was directed, then that would be a debt for the individual to repay because it's outside of the direction of the employing member, but also the employing member can't direct them to undertake travel that's outside of what is allowed under the legislative framework.
Well, I'm quite happy with the system. I'm not questioning the system, but what is the purpose of a politician certifying the expenditure of a staff member and then later on changing their mind and saying actually that's not correct? Like, I'm not asking for a matter of opinion, but why, under this regime, how are politicians being held accountable in this instance?
Yeah, I think that really, Secretary, is a policy question and probably is best directed. I know my colleagues from the Department of Finance were unsure earlier, but this is really, they set the policy for the staff travel, and IPIA is the administrator, and we apply the policy as it's set. We don't have discretion in how we apply it. We must apply the legislation and the determinations as they are defined. If the requirements for staff travel change, then IPIA would change the way that we administer it. But as long as there's not an allowance to do something, then we must seek for it to be repaid under the relevant framework.
Well, hopefully Finance will come back tomorrow with a better sense of it.
The audit also identified at least 3 other staff in one of the offices that were regularly using hire cars. Has their use of hire cars been audited, and as a result, has any money been repaid to the taxpayer?
Yep, from time to time we do conduct assurance activities on the use of hire car. It is maybe one of those areas that commonly ends up in the space where it's used inappropriately or incorrectly. This wouldn't be the first time that we've raised an invoice for incorrect use of hire car by a staff member.
This is, 27 occasions is a lot. Where there are systemic failures in an office, I'm trying to take the personalities out of that, what does that raise concerns with you about how that office is being, where there are systemic issues such as this, where on 27 occasions a staff member has been found by you to have misused travel entitlements, notwithstanding the certification by an authorised officer, would IPIA launch further investigations into this office, into such an office?
I wouldn't like to speculate on what we would or wouldn't do. But in this circumstance, we have conducted an audit, and the members of the authority have decided upon the audit and have also decided to publish it. The audit makes clear the circumstances under which the audit commenced and the findings of the audit. So I think...
What advice would you give to parliamentarians in this instance in terms of certifying travel reports of their staff, because it would be clear in this case that the two parliamentarians concerned didn't look into the reports before, into the expenditure reports before they signed off on them.
So we would always encourage, in every education session, we always talk about the importance of authorised approvers carefully checking the expenses that they are approving within the system, and for that to be a regular check within the office and to be tracked within a shadow budget. It's really important that all expenses are reviewed and checked. It's taxpayers' money. It should be used appropriately in accordance with the legislation.
Okay, I'm almost done. So, but it is taxpayers' money. Just in relation to some other work that you've done in relation to the Attorney General, there's a couple. You made a determination that the Attorney General was to repay $8,000 and a $2,000 penalty for incorrectly claiming family travel expenses in relation to a trip in July 2023. Is that correct?
So IPIA performs a number of functions. It doesn't just perform audit and assurance functions, and so repayments can arise in a variety of different ways. Where a repayment is made, it is reported within the period that the repayment is made in the relevant expenditure report. And really, the best idea is to refer questions about such payments and repayments to the relevant parliamentarian, because they are personally responsible and must be prepared to publicly justify their use of an expense. That's a requirement it's an obligation under the legislation.
The reports that the Attorney General reported herself to IPIA for use of those travel expenses, what date did you receive the referral from the Attorney General?
We don't generally comment on whether we have or haven't provided services to a particular parliamentarian or staff member. Obviously, if we publish an assurance review or audit, that information becomes public at that time. Everything else, we have an exemption under the Freedom of Information Act, and we don't publicly comment on it.
So I just want to confirm that this was not a formal assurance review, because otherwise the conclusion or the review would have been published on your website. Is that correct?
You could draw that conclusion.
Are you able to, notwithstanding your previous answers, are you able to explain why a formal assurance review or audit was not undertaken in relation to this particular issue?
There's a range of reasons why IPIA does and doesn't conduct assurance reviews. Sometimes an assurance review is not necessary because the matter is being dealt with in another arrangement. Usually assurance reviews are looking at a type of expense or a type of event or a particular location. They're sort of risk-based assessments that are done in a rolling program. So it's not unusual for something to not be picked up in an assurance review, and it's not unusual for parliamentarians to seek to repay amounts. And in fact, if you look at our expenditure reports, you can see repayments in lots of parliamentarians' expenditure reports. That's very common. And it's not always, sometimes it's a mistake, sometimes it's they've decided to pay it back. It can be for all sorts of reasons.
Okay. But you have released an audit into the travel claims of Minister Wells. So that's correct?
There is an audit published on the IPO website.
Yeah.
The members have released an audit and it is published on the website.
What evidence did the minister provide to substantiate the parliamentary business meeting, the one that was held on the Saturday night?
Sorry, Minister. Senator, that audit was over 3 years. There were more than 4,000 lines of data in that particular audit. So it was extremely complex, but in the attachments to the audit, you'll be able to see the details that supported the findings.
I think it's a good learning for colleagues, because EPA, you can request documentary evidence of meetings such as diary entries, emails, text messages, meeting notes, calendar invitations, or records of attendees. Is that correct?
EPA does have an information gathering power and can use it and has used it in the past, yes.
Does EPA have to accept a parliamentarian's assertion that a meeting occurred even when the surrounding circumstances suggest that a trip might have been predominantly private in nature?
No, not necessarily. We'll look at a range of different factors when we're determining the dominant purpose of a trip, and we're not just looking at the dominant purpose for an hour or 2 hours. We're looking at the dominant purpose for the whole trip and for each day of the trip, and then determining whether the dominant purpose was met overall and for the individual days and expenses claimed.
Is there like a threshold of evidence required before EPA is satisfied that parliamentary business was the dominant purpose of a trip?
So EPA is not a criminal or investigative agency.
Sorry.
We're an administrative agency, and so our audits are administrative in nature. We're looking at administrative expenditure and administrative claims to determine whether they meet the test. There is a threshold test set out in the framework for dominant purpose. And in fact, the explanatory memorandum also goes into a fair bit of detail about how we would apply it. But really what we're looking at is the prevailing reason, the dominant or prevailing reason for the expense being or trip being taken. So that doesn't mean that they have to spend every single minute doing parliamentary business. In fact, I'm sure when you're in Canberra, you go for dinner or, you know, have lunch sometimes or do various other things.
Yeah, that's nice to do.
Hopefully, every now and then they will. Anyway, so it is the prevailing reason, not the only reason, the prevailing reason.
Trying to move away from the specific case, but did this audit identify any deficiencies in the evidentiary standards currently required from parliamentarians when substantiating travel claims? Were there any learnings from this case in terms of that would assist EPA?
Really, EPA is the administrator. We don't own the policy, and we don't have... the Department of Finance owns the Parliamentary Business Resources Act and regulations. They're responsible for them. The Remuneration Tribunal has responsibility for some parts of them. But EPA has no role in determining the policy in relation to parliamentarians' expenditure or travel. We apply the policy and we can obviously provide feedback. There is a review of the system underway, and so maybe that's something that the members might choose to do.
In relation to the review, so you'll make a submission to the review being undertaken, or is that something that the...
It's a bit of a hypothetical. If we were asked, then I'm sure that the members would turn their mind to whether they wanted to make a submission. I'm very happy to meet with the review and provide them the benefit of my whatever knowledge I might hold. But yeah, that is all in the future.
You sort of... I suppose you did touch upon this. When it comes, you know, it's the dominant purpose test. But is there a minimum evidentiary requirement that we as parliamentarians must satisfy in relation to that?
Yeah, so there is a test, and it says, but for the parliamentary business, would the member have undertaken the activity or incurred or claimed the expense, allowance or other public resource? So it doesn't require that the parliamentary business came first, or that the parliamentary business is the only thing that happens during the resources being claimed. But it does require that if it wasn't for the parliamentary business, so the idea is really to avoid this notion that a parliamentarian should seek to disguise parliamentary business as an activity that's dominant purpose is personal. And that came out of the John Condy, the Condy-Tune review. There was that kind of notion. And so from that came this test, which we call the but-for test. And the idea is the but-for test, which is, would the parliamentarian have been undertaking that travel if it were not for their parliamentary business?
So is that the synonymous with the dominant purpose test? The but-for test is another interpretation of the dominant purpose test?
Yes, it's the nexus of the dominant purpose
Okay.
test.
Just in relation to, a bit of closure here, the Minister Wells matter, that's now closed?
The audit is published.
Yep.
The members have made their decision. Yeah.
Okay. Minister, I might just ask a policy question to you, trying to take the personalities out of this. No, I mean,
Name before you say that.
sorry?
Did you always use the person's name before you say that?
No, well, no, I don't. I just, Minister, are you concerned that sometimes these arrangements could create a perception that parliamentarians can retrospectively justify private travel by claiming incidental parliamentary discussions during such trips? And would you suggest any safeguards that parliamentarians should use so that they are not caught up in such misadventures? And it is a policy question. Like, I do want to take the personalities out.
No, I understand, and I will respond in that vein. Look, I think the rules are perfectly clear. It's the dominant purpose test. I don't think it's hard to understand. I think IPIA do a terrific job both in administering the system, but more particularly giving people advice where they ask. One of the things under this system is that you can ring IPIA and say, look, these are the things I intend to do. Will that comply with the test? And they will give you some advice on that. I actually don't think, if used properly, you shouldn't get into any trouble. So I think as it stands, the system has sufficient checks and balances to make sure that people can comply, and if you follow the rules, then you don't have any trouble. I mean, there's been so many changes to the system. There's about to be a whole lot more changes. But I think the system is fundamentally sound, and if you follow the rules as they're set out, as IPIA advises you, then you won't get into any trouble. That's not to say that the media will necessarily, not focus on something, but I think the rules are clear. If you stick to the rules, then you won't get into any trouble.
Thank you, Minister. I do have, and I appreciate the manner in which this conversation has taken place, I do have some further questions. Yes, office. for those watching, I'm going to put that one on notice.
You're not going to
I'm going to have so much trouble when I go back to the office.
Don't let us rush you, Senator.
No. It's we will put that on notice. There are some questions concerning that I raised with the department about the ability of parliamentarians who might employ family members. There's a small number of them, to use family reunion travel, thus as one resource, thus effectively gaining an advantage compared to other parliamentarians, if that makes sense, because it's out of one pot compared to another pot. But I might put those questions on notice.
Yeah, I think we've answered that question on notice previously, maybe.
And finally, I do just want to check that all your questions on notice have been answered.
We have answered all of our questions on notice, and I believe they are on their way to being tabled or tabled. They must be very close.
I just want to check questions on notice F303 and F304, because...
Could you just remind me, sorry?
So questions F303 and F304, and they're from the 12th of December 2025. Because in February this year you said all cons had been completed, but I think these two have fallen through.
We have responded to them, so they are in the system. They can't be surely...
I don't think they appear on the committee's public questions on notice register.
The Secretariat, Senator McGrath, will work with you. I think they have received them. There's a process.
Okay.
But they're there.
So when were they provided to the committee?
So we...
after the deadline for the committee, I think was the situation, as the Minister had explained earlier.
We don't have visibility of that part of the process. We provide them up the line, and then we can't really...
No worries. Right, thank you, that's done. Thank you for your forbearance.
No problem.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your time. And we will now ask the Australian Electoral Commission to find their way to the table. But we might just suspend while they find their way to the room. Welcome, Mr. Jeff Pope, Electoral Commissioner, and the other officers of the Electoral Commission. Mr. Pope, would you care to make an opening statement?
Good evening, but no thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator McGrath.
Thank you. Commissioner, team, is it correct that the AEC is structured so that each of Australia's 150 electoral divisions has a permanent divisional returning officer who is responsible for electoral administration in that division?
No.
It's not true. So what So there's no office in each federal division?
That may well have been the case, Senator, a long time ago, but actually since I think it's even the late 1980s, but probably more certainly the 1990s, the AEC started to co-locate divisional offices around the country. It first started in Ringwood in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne, and the agency's been on that pathway now for the best part of 20 plus years.
So in terms of, in that case, so when each election comes around, you have a divisional returning officer for each federal election, is that correct?
Well, I think let's make the distinction between divisional returning officers with an ERS and officers. We have a divisional returning officer for all 150 electorates. That's a requirement under the Act, and particularly at election time they have roles and responsibilities and statutory powers under the Act to deliver that election. But we have consolidated the offices in which those DROs are located, and we've been doing so for over 2 decades.
Okay. So the DROs offer the humans.
Yes.
Are they full-time positions?
Yes.
So, I mean, where I'm coming from is that the member for Hinkler was been advised by the State Manager and the Australian Electoral Officer for Queensland that the AEC division of the Hinkler office had been closed. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's right. Senator, we've been rationalising a number of offices around the country.
So the letter, I understand from the AEC, said will be temporarily closed until further notice, and this closure is due to current staff vacancies. So it's your view that this office will actually be closed permanently?
I don't have the specific details of that one in front of me, but I might ask the Deputy Electoral Commissioner if she can find the details. But while she's looking for that, what I might just say is these are full-time positions of DROs, but and most certainly at election time we have 150 DROs delivering the election. But during the election cycle, and right now we're just coming towards year one or the end of year one of the electoral cycle, it's not uncommon for us to carry vacancies in the early stages of an electoral cycle. So not all 150 roles are filled all the time. So I just want to make that distinction.
So let's talk about the federal electorate of Bundaberg, which has population centre of Hervey Bay. It's got the federal electorate of Hinkler, which has population centre of Hervey Bay and also of Bundaberg and Childers. So residents of Hinkler won't have access to an office. How many other electorates across Australia no longer have an office within the boundaries of a federal electorate?
I can answer the first part of your question, Senator. So we have 68 divisional officers now servicing 150 electoral divisions across the country. As I indicated earlier, some of those electorates have been without an office for decades. But the second part of your question as to how many are outside of their divisional boundary is a detailed question that I'd have to take on notice and come back to you.
I suppose particularly in regional areas. I mean, I can understand, for example, in capital cities, why there may not be the need for a divisional office, within urban seats, but in regional Australia, I think that would inconvenience regional residents who find it harder to physically access an office.
I take your point, Senator. I might just make the point, though, that we've had some regional parts of Australia that have not had an office for quite some time. So Division of O'Connor, Division of Durack, Division of Lingiari, where there hasn't been an office for quite some time. And the reason why this has worked, and I've got to say we very rarely receive any complaints about not having an office in an electoral division, because we have substantially placed our services online, and our online services receive great feedback and are an excellent substitute for not having a divisional office. And our data does indicate that our divisional offices are very rarely visited, with genuine AEC business and inquiries.
What services, for the people who live in, say, Bundaberg, what services would be unavailable because they can no longer physically access that office? You're saying all services would be available?
Well, pretty much.
I'm just asking as a matter of interest.
Well, you can go onto our website and you can check your enrolment. You can go onto our website and you can update your enrolment. You can do a new enrolment. So outside of election time, there's not really any service that is required over the counter that can't really be done online. At election time, the Act currently requires that candidate nomination forms need to be provided to the DRO, either in person or by post or by fax, would you believe? So at election time, we make sure that locally people know where our office is going to be located for the purposes of nominations.
And is that office where pre-poll voting would take place?
No, that would
be separate to that.
That legislation changed. It used to be the case, but that legislation changed, if my memory is correct, I think after 2013. So I think for 2016 and beyond, there's been no requirement to have pre-poll voting in divisional offices, which has also been another reason why we haven't required so many offices.
So I want to go back to the humans, the DROs. So there's 100 and it's a full-time positions?
They are full-time positions.
Okay. So the Hinkler DRO would now be based in Brisbane, or would they work from home? I'm sorry, I'm just...
No, I would need to take that one on notice to find out where they're working from.
Yeah, on notice, if you could put down that, in terms of the 150 divisional returning officers where they are based.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
I might just take this opportunity, though, Senator, to say that, as I said, we've been on this pathway now for over 20 years, and we intend to continue on this pathway until we can achieve better efficiency. As I indicated, these offices are very rarely visited outside of election time for genuine AEC business. We've increased our services online to service the community. We get very, very few complaints from both cities, regions and rural settings. And we've not had any issues arise when we've been closing these offices, but we need to achieve a more efficient office footprint.
When you say efficient office footprint, what do you mean by that in terms of cost savings, or?
Yeah, I mean the rent of some of these offices continues to increase, and the the value for money for proposition for some of these officers is difficult to justify.
If they're not getting visits.
If they're not getting visits and they can do all of the services online, and you know, with budget pressures, it's a strategy that we absolutely need to seriously continue to consider.
And on notice, if you could list where the existing 68 physical officers are, but
yes.
also indicate if it is appropriate, not if it's appropriate, indicate those that might be scheduled for closure. Like for example,
yes.
the one in Hinkler, if it's...
We can indicate the ones that we are we're actively undertaking consultation with our staff with respect to a possible closure. It doesn't mean that consultation results in an actual closure, it's just starting the conversation of we're considering options.
Also, just how many full-time staff are currently employed by the AEC?
Right now?
Yeah, yes.
Senator McGrath, I'm going to rotate the call.
Sure.
If you could just
it's easy.
indicate.
Well, I'm happy for the call to be rotated, so I've got
Excellent.
more. So, cool.
Sorry, Chair, we do have a couple of details on Hinkler, if you just...
Cool.
Sure.
If we just want
Go
to
ahead
quickly
and then we'll
provide
go
that.
to Senator Mulholland.
Thanks, Senator. Kath Gleeson, Deputy Electoral Commissioner. Just on the division of Hinkler office in Bundaberg, that office has one staff member at the moment and so is temporarily closed. Under our work health and safety policy, we don't allow an office with one person to be open to the public. So the temporary closure is for that purpose. Given that we're in year one of the electoral cycle, once we start ramping back up to be ready for an election, we expect that we'll have more staff in that office and be able to reopen.
So that's not like a permanent closure, that
No.
one? Okay. The residents of Hinkler will be grateful. Thank you.
Not a permanent closure at this point, Senator.
You didn't have to add at this point.
Well, we're continuing, as I said, we're on a pathway that we're considering all options as they become available.
Okay.
I think the Chief Operating Officer might be able to answer your question around full-time staff.
Hello, Rachel Howden, Chief Operating Officer. In terms of the staffing that we currently have, we have a headcount figure of 1,210.
Cool. And on notice, if you could list at which locations those staff are at, please.
I can give you that by state, or do you want it by...
By office?
Office,
yeah,
I think.
we can take that on notice.
On notice is fine. Thank you.
Great. Okay, we'll go to Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair, and good to see you, Mr Pope, Ms Gleeson and Ms Houghton. I have some questions about electoral enrolment. One of the important tasks, obviously, of the AEC is maintaining and ensuring the integrity of our electoral roll. What steps does the AEC undertake to ensure our electoral roll remains an accurate representation of our voting community?
Thanks, Senator. I might start off and then I'll ask the Deputy to further add to my answer. And we take the integrity of the electoral roll very seriously. I think the level of enrolment sits around about 98%, 97 to 98% of eligible Australians. And we undertake continuous roll updates pretty much all day, every day. And I think we do a couple of million enrolment transactions a year to make sure that the roll remains up to date. And as I indicated earlier to Senator McGrath, people can go online, they can update their enrolment and obviously put themselves on the electoral roll. We require roll information to be accurate. That is a requirement of the legislation. The onus sits on the person that's enrolling to do so. We validate enrolment information through the document verification service, so we can validate driver's licence numbers and passport numbers, Medicare card numbers, etc. So we do everything we possibly can, and then of course one of the greatest integrity measures that Australia enjoys is because of compulsory voting. We have nearly 91, 92% of Australians that turn out to vote, and every time they turn out to vote and mark themselves off the roll, it's effectively a validation exercise. And those that have changed will go and do a declaration vote, and will update their enrolment details as a consequence of the declaration vote. So every election, whether it's state or territory or federal, is a great validation exercise for the roll. And obviously for all of those electoral events, we also undertake a close of rolls activity where people uptake their roll details. But in addition to that, we also have a comprehensive roll integrity program, which I will ask the Deputy to provide some further details on.
Thank you, Senator. The AEC has, as the Commissioner said, a very comprehensive roll integrity assurance system, which is multifaceted. One of the key components of that is the Federal Direct Enrolment Update program, where we receive data from trusted sources, including the ATO and Services Australia, and use that to cross-reference the electoral roll to understand where Australians either should be on the roll and are not, or have moved and need to update their address. And that contemporary trusted data has significant checks and system processes around it. The roll integrity system has more than 50 different components, and it includes various integrity reporting, data matching, objection processes that are ongoing, regular internal monitoring and compliance checks, as well as external auditing processes. We do an annual roll integrity review, and in 2025 that matched 151 million external records to check the veracity and currency of the Australian electoral roll, and found extremely high levels of accuracy, and that is made public and published on our website each year.
Okay, thank you. So you mentioned that the onus sits with the individual to update their details, but you do have this roll integrity program which receives data from a variety of sources, ATO, Service Australia. When the AEC finds that there may be a discrepancy or an inaccuracy, what process do you undertake to rectify that inaccuracy? If you've got multiple locations for a person, what's the process there?
Well, there's a few elements. I mean, so we receive a range of complaints from electors from various sources, from sometimes the media, sometimes fraudulent enrolment complaints. So we assess all of those complaints, and where we believe there may well be a matter that needs to be further examined and considered, then we'll undertake an investigation into those particular complaints.
Would it be correct to say that the Commonwealth Electoral Act allows for a person to be enrolled only at the place that they are living at?
The requirement is that the person has lived at that address for a period of it says 1 month last past, so for a month. And it relates to their residential address, yes, where they are residing.
Would it be correct to say that it is an offence to provide fraudulent or misleading information to the AEC?
Yes. Section 137 of the Criminal Code is a criminal offence for providing false or misleading information to a Commonwealth entity.
Okay. What is the maximum penalty for providing false or misleading information to a Commonwealth entity?
I don't actually know that, Senator. I'll have to actually look that up.
Sure. If someone might be able to be looking that up as we continue, we might be able to come back to that one. Recently, there were media reports in Queensland about Minister Tim Mander, who I understand from media reports the AEC has referred to the Australian Federal Police. I have some questions on this matter, noting that some of these may not be able to be answered, given it is now an active police investigation and a matter for police to determine whether Mr Mander has committed an offence. Can you please advise the committee when the AEC referred this matter to the Australian Federal Police and on what date?
The 19th of May.
2026, obviously. Yeah.
Yes.
And just to get an idea of the scale, how many matters like this has the AEC referred to the Australian Federal Police in the last year?
That is one that I'll have to take on notice also, Senator. It's not a frequent occurrence, I might say, outside of an election. You might sometimes recall that we do get some of these referrals not long after nominations close during federal elections. It's not uncommon to get 3 or 4 issues that arise, but it's not particularly common at this stage of the electoral cycle.
And I understand from a media statement issued from the AEC, Mr Mander was given an opportunity by the Commission to provide information to support his enrolment claim. I note in his own statement, Mr Mander stated that he had provided information as requested. Is that correct? Was Mr Mander cooperative with the AEC and your request for information?
Senator, what I can say is yes, we wrote to Mr Mander offering the opportunity to provide relevant information. And yes, he responded to that. And that's when we considered that response. And whilst we haven't formed any conclusions, we referred the matter to the AFP.
How many times did the AEC contact Mr Mander requesting more information about his enrolment?
We only contacted him once, Senator, via correspondence. That's all that I'm aware of.
Sure. My final question is, Mr Mander has stated that he self-referred this matter to the AEC. Is that correct?
That's not something that I have any knowledge of, Senator. We received a few complaints with regard to this matter.
Okay. And just leaping back to the earlier question around the maximum penalty for providing false or misleading information to the, did you have that to hand?
If found guilty, potentially up to 12 months imprisonment.
Okay. Thank you. That's all from me. Thank you, Mr Pope. Thank you, Chair.
Just on a similar matter, if a federal member of Parliament was enrolled, for example, on a vacant block of land, would they be in breach of the relevant legislation?
Is that their residential address, or is that?
Well, it's a block of land. So if a federal member, a Queensland federal member of Parliament, a Labor federal member of Parliament, was enrolled at a vacant block of land as their residential address, what section of legislation would they be in breach of?
Well, Senator, as you know, members of Parliament can enrol for electoral purposes, but they also need to have a residential address. So if that is the person's residential address and there is no evidence of them residing at that address, then that would be a matter we'd need to examine further.
And as per your answer to my Senate colleague, you've got 28 days in which to...
You've got effectively a month to be residing at the premises before you can then enrol at that premises as your residence. And then I actually believe the Act gives you a further 21 days after that month to provide that enrolment.
But if a Labor member of Parliament's enrolled on a vacant block of land, that is something that you would look into.
If we had the information in front of us, we would then...
I'm sure that you'll have something tomorrow. Now, just in relation to how the AEC operates, is it standard practice or appropriate for AEC officers to communicate information about active referrals or investigation matters to journalists via text message or other informal communication channels?
That's a very broad question, Senator.
Well, I'm hoping the answer is no, Commissioner.
Well, I mean, when you talk, we have a media team, of course, who are engaging with journalists all the time. So I just need to understand exactly.
Well, my question, I think, is pretty clear. Is it standard practice or appropriate for AEC officers to communicate information about active referrals or investigation matters to journalists via text message or other informal communication channels?
It would depend on the nature of the matter and at what stage we are up to with respect to that particular matter.
So what is the AEC's policy regarding communication between AEC staff and journalists on matters relating to active investigations or assessments?
I think I'm going to have to take that one on notice, Senator. As I said,
you should have a policy, though.
We certainly have a media policy. Yes.
So there is a. So you do have a media protocol.
Yes. That's my understanding. Yes, but I'd like to take that on notice and actually, firstly, just validate that and have a closer look at it.
What level of officer is authorised to engage with the media?
We have a media team with staff at a variety of levels that are engaging with media on a daily basis.
So in relation to an investigation into a matter, who authorises them to speak to journalists in relation to a matter being investigated by the AEC?
Well, once again, it's going to depend on the circumstances of what we're actually referring to, the nature of the investigation, the stages of the investigation.
But only the media team are authorised to speak to journalists?
Well, my expectation would be it would be the media team that would be engaging with journalists, yes.
So what would be the penalty for an AEC officer who has been leaking information to a journalist?
Well, again, it's going to depend on the circumstances, the nature of the information, at what stage of a particular investigation or inquiry things have been provided, the frequency, the sensitivity. But, you know, it's potentially, there's either a possible performance issue there or there's also possibly a code of conduct matter that would need to be considered.
What approval level is required before an AEC officer can provide information about an investigation or assessment matter to a journalist?
Again, it's going to depend on the circumstances, Senator, and it depends on what you're calling an investigation and the sensitivity of the matter. So I need a bit more understanding.
Does it require commissioner level approval?
Not necessarily.
So to confirm, if an AEC officer were found to have communicated information about an active referral assessment to a journalist through informal channels, such as text messages, without appropriate authorisation, would that constitute a breach of the AEC's internal policies?
Potentially, again, depending on the nature of the matter, whether it's an inquiry, an assessment, an examination or investigation. There's a whole variety of terms that can be used around these sorts of things. So I would need to understand a bit more.
It would be misconduct.
No, I think I said it could it could be potentially a performance issue, or in very serious cases, it could potentially be a code of conduct.
How many staff were authorised to speak to the media in relation to the matter involving the member for Everton?
Is that Mr. Mander? Well, our media team would be well across that.
Only the media team?
Well, in terms of engaging with media, but I mean, we've got a number of staff internally that have been working on that matter, yes.
So in relation to the matter of the member for Everton, how many, and considering the nature of the matter, how many staff within the AEC would have had knowledge of the investigation?
Well, it's difficult to answer that question, Senator. I mean, clearly there was a lot of media attention with respect to that matter. So
I'm sorry, just to clarify, rather than say, general knowledge, how many staff within the AEC were involved with the investigation into the member for Everton?
Directly involved and...
Well, there's two things. So we're directly involved. If you could answer probably that question first.
I'd estimate there'd probably be maybe 10 people or so that would have knowledge of that.
And where are they based?
Throughout the organisation, but predominantly Canberra and Brisbane.
So as part of the investigation, what meetings or communication did these 10 people have with the Labor member for Dixon?
The Labor member for Dixon?
Ali France.
Well, none that I'm aware of, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
So you're saying there's no liaison between any AEC officials and the Labor member for Dixon?
That is absolutely not on my radar in any way. In fact, I'm not aware of any engagement with the member for Dixon for any matter.
In relation to those 10 people involved with the investigation, did any of them have any involvement with any journalists? I'm assuming these 10 people are not part of the media team.
Oh no, there were some people of the media team that are part of that team, yes.
Excluding the
we were getting...
Well, there's two classes of staff here. There's the media team and there's the non-media team. I'd like to know the level of contacts between the media team and any journalists before this statement was released, because I put it to you, Commissioner, that someone or a number of people within the AEC have been putting information into the public domain concerning the AEC's investigation into the member for Everton. And that's something that disappoints me, because you know that I'm a very strong defender of the AEC. I do think you do a brilliant job, but it is quite clear looking at the media reports in relation to this matter that someone with inside knowledge concerning the investigation into Mr. Mander has been briefing the media. And sadly, I can only conclude that that is someone within the AEC, because otherwise I do not know who else would want this information put in the public domain.
Well, Senator, firstly, thank you for sharing that with me, I also am very concerned about the view that you've formed, and if you've got information that you're able to share with me, then I take that very seriously, and I'll have a close look at it. And I will, absolutely examine that. What I would say is we were receiving very frequent media inquiries on this matter, even before it was referred to the AEC. And we undertook our inquiries and our investigation in the manner that we always do, with absolute professionalism. And as I said, I am not aware of any unauthorised activity and engagement with the media, and certainly no engagement with the member for Dixon.
Will you conduct a review into the handling of information concerning the investigation into Mr Mander, in terms of how some of this information, which can only be known by the AEC, has ended up in the public domain?
I'll go back and have a look at it, Senator. If you've got further information that you're able to share with me, that would be advantageous for me to further consider this. But I am struggling to understand exactly which element of this you're referring to.
Well, I'm referring that, as I indicated before, that it's quite clear that someone within the AEC has, in my view, inappropriately been liaising with the media in relation to the investigation into Mr Mander, and that information that could only be known to people within the AEC has therefore ended up in the public domain. And I think with the AEC, it's important that not only, as you are the honest broker here, not only that you are seen to be honest, but that you are honest. And it would disappoint me that this may be the case, and I hope that you could prove me wrong. Would be my wish out of this, Commissioner. So, but perhaps looking at the time, I can move on to another topic, and you can expect a letter from me in relation to the electoral enrolment of a certain Labor Member of Parliament, and you can probably work out who it is for those playing at home. Now, I just want to talk about the electoral reforms.
Yes.
In terms of the request from you to the Minister, and we are happy to work with the government as a bipartisan. We supported these reforms. We do want to make sure that that Australians get the electoral system they deserve. Can you briefly summarise why you requested the government to delay the implementation of the reforms?
Yes, Senator. I wrote to the Minister on the 25th of March, and in summary, as you know, the implementation that was mooted, that was focused on 1 July of this year, was always going to be a challenge, and that we were, I think I said at this committee and in other forums, that we were racing to the start line, and that we were getting feedback from many stakeholders that they were doing the same, given the size and the complexity of this particular change. So it was always going to be pressed. But the most significant shift that caused me to write the letter to the Minister was the announcement of the by-election for the division of Farrer. And because of our ageing systems, we always undertake a change moratorium when a writ is on foot. to ensure the safe delivery of the election. That is standard practice for us with respect to our technology. So then when you took the writ period out of these last few months leading up to the 1st of July, where we were not able to undertake the full range of pre-implementation integration and assurance activities, we felt that the start date of the 1st of July was highly compromised. And also stakeholders who were contesting the division of Farrer would have had less capacity to dedicate themselves to getting ready for the implementation on the 1st of July. So we felt that the best thing to do was, rather than compromise the start, was to recommend a delay.
Yeah, I think your advice to party officials was that you could be in a position to deliver a minimal viable product by the 1st of July. Are you able to guarantee a fully viable product that can be delivered by the 1st of January? And I know I did ask a similar question in February, Commissioner.
Senator, it's a 3-year program and it's a complex program. With the extra time, we are working very hard to provide the best available product by the 1st of January. But there will be additional phases, both to the program and to the IT elements, that will roll out over the coming years. So it will not have a complete system on the 1st of January.
I might come back to that. Well, actually, I know I won't. What can you expand on? What do you mean by not have a complete system? Yeah, because the issue for the parties, especially the parties of government,
yes,
is that sometimes we are held to a higher standard than smaller parties. It's just the nature of such things. Will that have a deleterious impact on the party's ability to comply with the new changes?
We're working with all stakeholders to enable compliance, and we've been producing fact sheets and guidance and a whole range of other things, but the system is also designed to help enable compliance. But I might hand over to our Chief Operating Officer to answer more about the system and the phases that will follow.
Thank you. The FAD program consists of 2 key elements. So one of them is the IT system and the other one is what we term our regulatory uplift. In terms of the regulatory uplift side, that really relates to all of the capabilities that we have regarding our new regulatory functions. That includes updated policies and procedures. It includes a new regulatory division, recruitment of associated staff and training of those staff. Then on the system side, what's being delivered in the first release is what's called a disclosure. So everything relating to the disclosure requirements, the obligations that our stakeholders have in the new legislation, that will be part of the first release. The second release will be about, the second solution will be about registration, and the third about funding. And then we have 2 more modules, 2 more solutions which relate to compliance and enforcement. So there's a series of solutions which get delivered over the 3-year period.
Okay. So I'm going to put that on hold there for a moment. And you, Commissioner, you mentioned before, you used the word ageing. I think previously you've called the election systems fragile and ageing. Have you briefed the government on this significant issue?
Yes, Minister, and we've had investment in the replacement of our election management system for about the last 5 years, and that is an ongoing transformation program that we are also running, which further complicates our IT infrastructure.
And have you requested additional funding from the government to address these serious issues going forward?
We've got funding to see through the current tranche of the work that we're undertaking, and we continue to update the government with respect to our progress.
So, considering that you've said that the election systems are ageing and fragile, should Australians still hold faith that the AEC can deliver trusted, reliable and fair elections?
Well, absolutely, and we have and we continue to do, and Farah is just another example of that, Senator. And, you know, I think Australians should also be comforted by the fact that we got ahead of the game with respect to our ageing electoral system, and before it died or failed, we've started a long and challenging and complicated but so far successful transformation program to replace it.
So in the budget, I think the AEC received funding for 6 additional staff. Are these staff provided to the AEC on a temporary or ongoing basis?
I think the additional staff in the budget, Senator, relate to the Indigenous Electoral Participation Program.
So they're not working on the electoral reforms?
Not those staff, no. We've had a few hundred staff. Oh, sorry, on the electoral reforms, no. We've already staffed up that program.
How many staff actually work? I think you told us at the last hearing.
I did it the last time. I think it was 150, and I think it's now about 168.
I know none of us want
165.
Sorry,
165.
I know none of us want by-elections, but that Farah caused a delay with the implementation of the reforms.
Yeah.
I realise this is a hypothetical, and you don't like them. No one does. But would a by-election cause further delays to the implementation of these reforms?
Well, look, I'd hope not. It would depend, Senator, as you say, it's a bit of a hypothetical, and it depends on how many by-elections and how complicated they are, and if there's one or if there's sequencing of them. At the moment, we remain confident that we can deliver the best possible system on the 1st of January. And I think, you know, should there be a by-election, a singular by-election in the second half of the year, I would like to think we can accommodate that, but I can't say that for certain until all the facts and circumstances are known.
I do have some questions just in relation to the changes. So in general terms, under the new scheme, political parties will have funds that fall into 3 categories. There'll be administrative funds, so funds from the AEC that can only be used for administrative purposes. In-between funds, so funds raised for paying administrative staff, building maintenance, or for a state scheme, or federal purpose funds as defined under the Act. Hope that's correct. In many cases under the new regime, particularly with local candidates, all of their fundraising efforts will be for a federal purpose and deposited into a federal account. Under the interpretation of the new scheme, local candidates would be prevented from spending these funds on a non-electoral matter, for example, purchasing pizzas for a Christmas event for the local party branch or a community barbecue outside an election period. Is that correct?
Senator, I might ask our...
And is that fully understood across key stakeholders?
I'll ask our senior legal officer who's undertaking stakeholder engagement on a very frequent basis and answering these very questions.
And I should thank you, Commissioner. I think you have previously offered to come and speak to the Coalition Party room, and I think we're working out a date for that to happen.
That's right, yes, and we're doing as much stakeholder engagement as we possibly can, Senator.
I'll just say at 11:15, if there were any questions that you would think to put on notice, Senator McGrath, it would be my intention to finish at 11.
Sure, I'll be finished by 11. I know I said 9 o'clock, but
yeah.
Something happened. Sorry.
Mr. Will Mueller, Acting Assistant Commissioner of the FAD Policy Engagement and Design Branch. So in answering your question about expenditure and federal accounts, so the relevant section is section 287, and it defines what a federal account is. And so it says a federal account means an account where the only amounts deposited into the account are amounts to be used only for a federal purpose, and the only amounts withdrawn or transferred from the account are amounts withdrawn or transferred for a federal purpose or transferred to another federal account. So you're correct that the only expenditure that can come out of a federal account is for a federal purpose.
So how do they pay for the pizzas?
I think you identified that there are three separate types of money under it. It may be that there are other available funds that are not held within a federal account.
But if I'm we're going to get in the weeds here, already are. But if I'm raising funds, I'm in Warwick, I'm at home, I'm raising funds for Maranoa, help get David Littleproud re-elected, and I get $100 off someone because as a donation towards the federal election, that has to go in that federal account, can be spent on federal matters. But what if the donor said, look, I want the money to go towards paying pizzas for one of your volunteer nights? How do we deal with that?
So there's probably two things that are happening here, Senator. The first is, are those volunteers volunteers for an electoral purpose? And so are they volunteering at the election? If that's the case, then it may be that the payment for the pizzas or that evening is in fact electoral expenditure. If it's not, and can be paid out of a federal account.
But it's capped too, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Got to be careful how many pizzas you buy, Senator.
Why I raise that is that we do want to increase participation in our democracy. And I've said this before, the worst job in any political party at a branch level has been the treasurer, because suddenly you've got to deal with issues like that. So my counsel to everybody here is, how are we going to deal with issues like that in terms of buying pizzas? That's just going to turn people away from politics. I also want to go on to, under the new regime, probably stay there just to be safe, there's no floor on when donations need to start being tracked for accumulation against the cap. So, for example, this means if a local branch collects very small donations, you know, $5 raffle tickets, 3 for 10 or whatever, into a bucket, that these amounts need to be collected, recorded and attributed for disclosure and cap monitoring. This is a significant administrative burden on volunteers that will make the laws difficult to comply with, because it'll just hurt the volunteers so much. The concept of bucket donations already exists in the Commonwealth Electoral Act for foreign donation purposes. This ensures that donations of less than $100 do not need to be specifically checked for compliance. Has the AEC, Commissioner, recommended such a similar bucket donation exemption to be added to the Commonwealth Electoral Act? It would make life a lot easier for volunteers.
It's a question that's been raised a few times, Senator. I think as people are getting into the detail of the implementation, and you know, we're conscious that the transitional rules and the regulations are yet to be detailed, but we're here to do the implementation, and that goes more towards legislative reform and a potential policy question around elements of the scheme.
It would make your life a lot easier in terms of the last thing we want the AEC is chasing down because they paid for the pizzas out of the wrong account. But perhaps that's something that if you could raise with the Minister in private discussions would be a good thing. Commissioner, are there any potential implications for the Commonwealth electoral regime from the Hopper case?
Well, Senator, obviously, we've had a read of it, but we're not the constitutional law experts, and that is going to be a matter for others that are. We're aware that there's some seemingly similarities between the two, but also a number of differences. So that is, again, also a matter more for the Electoral Policy Unit, the Department of Finance and the Attorney General's Department to really consider that. We are focused on implementation on 1 January until otherwise directed by Parliament or the High Court.
Okay. Minister, just in relation to the Hopper case, is the government considering any other legislative reform off the back of that High Court case arising out of Victoria, or any other issues that have been raised recently by stakeholders concerning these reforms? Is that something that the government has given thought to?
The short answer is no, Senator. Look, we, in conjunction with the Coalition, passed that legislation 18 months ago now, perhaps a bit longer than that. So we want to see the implementation of that legislation. We want to do a good education program so that people know what changes are in store, and so that they can prepare for that. But the short answer is no.
Okay.
We're not going to make any changes.
Okay.
I mean, we have delayed it for the reasons that the Minister, the Commissioner has explained, but I'm now meeting with the group that is making the changes on a regular basis to get updates, to make sure that everything is going according to plan, and satisfy myself that we are going to meet the deadline of now the 1st of January next year. What other parties choose to do, or what other individuals choose to do, is up to them in respect of, court proceedings and so forth. I do notice that Mr. Palmer came down and said he was going to launch a challenge in 90 days. I think the 90 days have passed, and I'm not aware that there is a challenge there. I'm not encouraging him to do so. Look, we've passed our legislation. My job now is to see that, and in fact the Commissioner's job, is to see the will of the Parliament implemented, and we're going full speed ahead to do that.
Thank you, Minister. Commissioner, referencing question on notice F007.
Yes.
Can you explain if the voices of Barara Inc., the voices of Chisholm Incorporated, and the voices of Corangamite each lodged third-party disclosures or registered as a significant third-party associated entity, or both?
If I'm reading this correctly, Senator, Table 3 of our response indicates that those entities have since lodged a third-party disclosure return or have registered as a significant third-party or associated entity. So they're at line 43, 44 and 45 in the table on page 4.
So this is where my confusion comes from my end. So why did the AEC determine the following groups did not have a third-party reporting obligation? Voices for Casey, Voices for Forest, Voices for Fremantle, Voices for Tasmania, Voices of Dean Incorporated, Voices of Dean Incorporated, Voices of Dixon, Voices of Farrer, Voices of Groom Limited, Voices of Moncrief, Voices of Moore, Voices for Cowper Incorporated.
I'm assuming that our inquiries revealed that they didn't meet the threshold to have a third-party reporting obligation. I think also, and I stand to be corrected, but I think also it's not uncommon sometimes for these entities to be established just for the purposes of having a bank account, but not actually act as a third party.
Pretty sure some of those voices had a bit of expenditure going on. Can I ask you to take that on notice, just to confirm that?
I think we may well have the answer in the mind of our expert, so I might ask her to join the table if we could, please.
Joanne Reid, Acting First Assistant Commissioner, Regulatory Division. Yes, the Commissioner's correct. When we looked into those organisations, we identified that they didn't meet the expenditure thresholds for a third-party obligation. As the Commissioner expressed, a lot of these organisations are kitchen table conversations. They may have a website, they may have a closed social media presence, but in terms of expenditure, there's no identified expenditure above the threshold required to lodge a third-party return.
So just to remind me, you would have written it to them?
Yes, that's right.
And you got a response from all of them?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Are those responses, can they be provided on notice?
I don't see why not.
Can't see why not.
Yeah.
Okay. No, thank you.
I think you have the authority to request that, Senator. So
yeah, no, thank you. You'll be relieved to know that unless my office has anything else, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes today's hearing. Thanks to everybody for coming along. We do appreciate your time. And a big thanks to Hansard and Broadcasting and the Secretariat for all their support and assistance throughout the day. I now declare this hearing is over.
Great.